Прийшли окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини, та трохи поплавився їх інвентар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російські танкісти сховались в кущі, щоб лаптем посьорбати довбані щі, та трохи у чах перегрівся навар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Приперли зі сходу до нас барани для восстановлення
великої страни.
Найкращий пастух баранячих отар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Ті, хто води всяке озброєння різне, потужні ракети, машини залізні, у нас на всі доводи є коментар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Вони захопити хотіли нас зразу, а ми зачаїли на орків образу з російських бандитів, робить примар. Байрактар, Байрактар.
Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello everyone, I'm the Enforcer and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1025 of the news. And it's good to see you all once again. And today we've got very big news. North Korea is now sending infantry to attack Ukraine's front lines. A Russian Su-30 was destroyed behind enemy lines. And also, Russia is struggling in their Syria withdrawal. And it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we've been getting major news today from quite literally every single corner of the globe, as we were able to hear that North Korean soldiers, for the first time ever in the Ukraine war, have actually been used with verifiable data and video and picture evidence on the front lines in assaults against the Ukrainian state inside the Kursk Oblast of the Russian Federation, with a load of video and picture evidence showing incredibly weird infantry movements, almost archaic in actual doctrinal form, and it also appears that the first North Korean assault has ended in a complete disaster, with the North Koreans taking an incredibly high amount of losses and not even making a dent in the Ukrainian front lines at the moment, once again showing that the North Koreans appear to be completely combat ineffective. Meanwhile, throughout the rest of the front lines, we have been able to hear of heavier fighting within the area of the city of Toretsk, as Ukrainian forces have begun to use anti-tank mines as demolition charges in some of the buildings, destroying the buildings with the Russians inside at the time. Meanwhile, we've also been able to hear a major sabotages happening inside the Krasnodar Oblast against the Russian Air Force by Ukrainian aligned partisans, and we've also been able to see in very recent hours air defense active in Sochi, although we do not have exact information as to the air targets the Russians were engaging or the exact damage that was caused. Meanwhile, inside of the Middle East, we have been able to hear that the Russian Federation is not exactly wanting to leave their bases on the west coast in Latakia and Tartus, and while they are generally leaving the country, it does appear that they are going to be attempting attempting to stay. And it also seems as though the Syrian interim government, and specifically the Tahrir al-Sham, I believe if it's correctly pronounced, is actually in open negotiations to allow the Russians to stay, according to their direct statements. This is because of Israel's hostile actions towards the Syrian interim government over the past few days, and the actions that appear to be largely against the Syrian interim government, at least at this time. However, while it appears that the diplomatic situation is difficult right now inside of the new Syrian interim government, it does seem as though Israel's path to bombing the Iranian nuclear facilities and research sites inside of the deep heart of Iran is now entirely possible, as the Israeli armed forces appear to be preparing for a brand new strike against the Iranian nuclear research sites, possibly even the main one at Natanz, which is responsible for generally the production of weapons-grade uranium and also the possible production of future nuclear bombs. We have been able to see that the Islamic Republic of Iran has taken the threat incredibly seriously and has started to heavily fortify their nuclear technology sites around the area of Isfahan. A satellite picture has already proven that today. Outside of the Middle East, we've also been able to hear in very short but very interesting news that Yoon Suk-yeol has been impeached and will be resigning here very soon, as the National Assembly has once again pushed forward an impeachment vote. This time it went through with the requisite amount of votes, 205 out of the 200 needed. Yoon Suk-yeol then resigned immediately afterwards and will no longer be the president of the Republic of Korea. Meanwhile, the news about the drones is still going on in the northeastern area of the United States, with the drones officially being spotted near Andrews Air Force Base, according to one of the air traffic controllers at the airfield, with video and audio recording made of the actual radio transmissions, as well as an official request of federal assistance by the governor of the state of New York, as well as the police department inside of Harwich, Massachusetts, also making direct statements saying that they have spotted drones in their airspace of unidentified origin and are once again requesting for state or federal support in dealing with the matter and assessing what the drones actually are. But nevertheless, we have a very packed news night, without a doubt, and it does appear as though things are going pretty interestingly around the world. But moving on into our most major piece of news for the night, we were able to see that the North Korean armed forces have finally started to get involved in frontline fighting, according to the Ukrainian government. We were able to hear, according to the statement today from President Zelenskyy himself, that Russians have begun using North Korean soldiers in assaults inside of Kursk. And according to a direct statement from Zelenskyy, he said today there is preliminary evidence that the Russians have started using North Korean soldiers in assaults, a noticeable number, according to Zelenskyy. He also said that the North Koreans may have been deployed in other fronts as well, although there isn't really any clear information at this moment to suggest that they really are in these fronts at this time and really posing any sort of a major risk right now to Ukrainian security interests in different areas of the front line. However, we were able to see a video picture, and this caption here is a little bit incorrect, but we'll be getting to that here in a second. The Russian Telegram posts that Russian war bloggers make really tell us a lot about what's going on behind the front lines here and there, and this is a very special example because we can see what appears to be North Korean soldiers, of course kitted in Russian gear, that are near the area of the 810th Brigade's zone of control inside the Kursk front line. This means that right now, a large amount of the North Korean soldiers, at least based off of this picture, would most likely be near the 810th Naval Infantry Brigade at Bolshoi Soldatskoy. However, while the picture would lead one to believe that these North Korean soldiers may have been integrated into the 810th Naval Infantry Brigade itself, later tactical analysis will show us that it does appear that our original analysis is still correct and that the North Koreans are not operating as an integrated part of the Russian army, but are being equipped and then fielded by the North Koreans themselves with Russian equipment in the meantime. We were able to see the original Telegram post right here from the Russian military blogger that made it. The post was then removed a little bit later, but still gave us a very clear look that North Koreans were in the area. And I want to make sure that we read this English translation of the Telegram post as well. Greetings from the 382nd Separate Motorized Rifle Regiment of the 810th Separate Motorized Rifle, well actually that would be the 810th Naval Infantry Brigade. It appears that the translation there is incorrect. To everyone who doubted the joint work of our guys with foreign colleagues. We work in a well-known area of a well-known region, with the cool little sunglasses behind it. That would not age well at all here in a minute, but still, it was showing us that apparently, even according to the statement, it does seem as though at the time we are starting to assess that our original analysis was true. Kim Jong-un was not sending North Korean soldiers into Russia to fight for the Russians. They are fighting for the Russians, but they are fighting under a separate command that is operated by the North Koreans themselves as an expeditionary force. This is a very important thing that we were trying to iron out a little while ago, because the difference in between an expeditionary force and integrating them into the Russian army is a very big deal, and it really gives us a very strong indicator or an idea of how exactly things would be going on the front line from that point. From what we generally understand, according to our information, the idea of them operating as an expeditionary force heavily lends to the idea that the Russian Federation is going to have very minimal involvement in the training and fielding of these forces when conducting combat operations on the field. This means that instead of these North Korean soldiers being retrained into a Russian format, they are going to continue to emphasize North Korean training on the battlefield, as they are, of course, going to continue to use their doctrinal form well into the future. There are major differences in between the North Korean and Russian doctrinal forms that show themselves when the North Koreans are actually in any form of combat action. And we're actually going to be showing y'all the video footage and breaking it down today, especially considering that the North Koreans are green. And this does appear to show us, at least from this original clip right here, several movements of North Korean forces in the area as they are now finally beginning their first assaults against Ukrainian positions inside of the Suja region of the Kursk Oblast. And we can see here these little
is
dots.
that just... are my eyes deceiving me, or does that look like an open field with a large group of troops just moving right through the middle of it? That seems like a nice tactic right there, like a pretty sensible tactic.
You know, it looks like a real tactic, a long-lasting tactic to die, and it looks like a terrible idea. What we're seeing right now, and you don't really see it that well, I'll try and get it full screen, is these little dots out there in the field. My mouse cursor is moving right below them. They're right above the finger on the mouse cursor. That is an entire column of infantry that is not mounted on a vehicle, but is just marching through a field. It's a really confusing thing to look at. It doesn't make any sense. No one in Ukraine at this point, even the Russians for that matter, will just start legging it through an open field like this without hugging the tree lines and without any kind of vehicular support at any point. This is brand spanking new. Then incredibly new. And we've never seen it before, and this is what's letting us know that these are the North Koreans. And we can now see a mortar round exploding nearby, and we're seeing that the column of infantry continues to move. They're picking up their speed a little bit. It looks like they may be jogging at this point to the tree line, but still not incredibly rapid movements at all. But this was our first clip today that we have been able to confirm was the North Koreans inside the Kursk Oblast. Moving on from that, and I'll start to explain their tactics here in a minute on the battlefield, we were then able to see another clip here showing us the North Koreans once again traveling through another open field. We can see them here. And while this is generally a slideshow of a video, I do want to make it fairly clear what we're seeing. This appears to be the point man right here of our North Korean column. And the column is a formation in a military sense that is literally just called a line. It's not the normal line formation that you would think of from like the late 1700s and the 1800s, where they stand in a line all side by side. It's where they stand in a line one behind the other. That's what a military column is. And we can see that this appears to be the point man of the column, but the rest of them are following exactly in line with the point man for the large part of this unit. This is an incredibly bizarre thing. Usually the Russians move and the Ukrainians move pretty much in a large mass. They do not walk in a straight line behind their point men. They usually walk in some sort of a general bubble for the large part around their squad leader or their platoon commander, but this is entirely different and showing us a different kind of a tactic that's being used on the battlefield, once again leading itself into the idea that these are certainly North Koreans without question. And look at them.
That is wild. Just like ancient tactics. Let's just walk into a big line in a big open field to get to the point of fighting. Like, it's just, that's silly.
Man, they think they're sitting there listening to a North Korean marching song, making their way to the glorious front line to fight the patriotic battle against a wicked imperialist. Like, they're probably thinking that, no joke at this point. And here's another clip. This is actually the most close-up film that we got of the North Koreans doing their thing. And we see them moving around down there. And also, one thing that is so bizarre, the Russians aren't giving them vehicles. If y'all will notice, they're moving their equipment around on sleds. Like, they're just sliding it around on the ground. You can see them dragging away some equipment right there that they brought with them. So this unit is not motorized at all. It's literally foot infantry. By every single measure, it's foot infantry, like it's from the 1800s or something like that. We've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anyone using legitimate sleds at this point to move equipment around on the battlefield. This is also letting us know that North Korean assault groups are lightly equipped, lightly supplied, and would not be able to sustain a longer firefight for that long, considering that they only have the equipment that they're carrying on their backs, which appears to be none, as it doesn't appear that they have any form of backpack or combat rig of any particular size, and also the sleds appear to be the only thing that they're able to carry equipment with, and you can only put so much equipment on a sled just because they're so small. So for this reason, we know without a doubt this group is so lightly equipped and armed, it may as well be an infantry unit from the late 1800s at this point. There is no real firepower to be possessed by a North Korean assault group on the front line right now. And it is very 1950s-esque. You can almost hear the march footsteps playing over this, if y'all know that North Korean march, because it seems as though they really do think they're back in those days, man. They finally answered the question to that song, are we living like in those days? And the answer is, hell yeah, you're living like in those days, because it's like the 1950s out here. It's crazy. It's like watching
they are living
fight.
in those days for certain. And also, just when you think the Russians had like the worst tactics in the world, like with the meat grinder strategy, at least their meat grinder has a little inkling of a sense of maybe some order to it, very slightly. But the North Koreans here, they're just in a whole different like era of living at this point with the way they're coming in here. Just the sleds, like you said, the way they're coming in one big line in an open field, it's like they're bringing tactics from fighting in Korea over to a different area of the world. It's not the place you can actually apply that.
Yeah, it's an incredibly bizarre thing, but now it is time for us to break down the difference in tactics that lets us know that these are North Koreans. So I'll quickly go over them. One, moving in a line through a field like this without any vehicular support is pretty much suicidal in the modern battlefield, especially in Ukraine. FPV drones can make a quick and easy meal out of a large column like this, and usually the Russians like to split up their infantry formations into more separate, more detached, smaller groups, usually consisting of 3 or 4 people, and then move them around that way. Or they do not move in dismounted form at all, and they only travel on the roads at high speeds with vehicles. And this is letting us see that this is a very different departure from our normal Russian tactics that we see, heavily indicating that these are North Koreans. In the third video, the second video pretty much affirms the same thing as the last one, but the last one here, right here, the use of sleds, we have never seen Russians use sleds. That's not to say that they have been completely unused in the war. There is probably some proof out there that during the winter months, the Russians may use smaller sleds to deliver equipment to their troops on the front line, but generally what we see the Russians using at the bare minimum is some form of a Lada that has been requisitioned for military purposes and transports equipment and is also used as a medevac. This is the bare minimum of equipment for the Russians. In fact, this is not even the bare minimum. This is below the bare minimum. We do not even see a Lada providing any support to this unit at all, anything motorized. So it looks as though the Russians equipped the North Koreans with some basic protective gear, maybe some basic uniforms, and then small arms, and pretty much the rest of it was not provided to the North Koreans. The North Koreans appear to have no armored cars, no cars whatsoever, no supply trucks, so everything they do is done on foot. This is going to pose some major issues for the North Koreans in the long run, as it means that their logistics is literally non-existent. They have to survive off the land, well, live off the land as they call it, which means that there will probably be a great amount of attrition in this unit due to exposure, starvation, and a whole myriad of other things. They will not be able to last long in high-intensity firefights due to the lack of ammunition, and also due to the lack of their supply line to rapidly react to the situation on the front line, which is a huge thing in modern warfare, because the amount of ammunition that is consumed in an average infantry firefight now is voluminous. The average amount of bullets that had to be fired to kill a single Vietnamese soldier in the Vietnam War, or a VC operator, was around 250,000 rounds per one VC killed. To get y'all a little bit of an idea of the sheer volume of small arms fire that's needed to successfully hit someone in an average war. The North Koreans would never be able to hold down a firefight for long because they are not trained transporting a large amount of ammunition with them. They simply don't have the ability to, because they don't have a beast of burden like a car or an armored car to be able to transport equipment for them. So this means that once they start to run low on ammo, there really isn't any way for them to get off the front lines because they don't have vehicular support, and there's no way for them to resupply because, once again, they really don't have vehicular support. So they're going to have to conserve ammo massively, and even still, they'll probably be taking very high losses in the meantime because they also do not have, from what we can tell, any kind of further technological support such as FPV drones or any other kind of modern equipment that would help to give at least a fighting chance to this unit for them to survive. And we were able to hear...
I think at this point it's pretty clear that the North Koreans are not meant to survive very long. Russia is simply using them, like we've said before, as fodder to go into the battlefield to distract the Ukrainians and basically hold them up a bit with fighting the actual Russian army. And these guys are essentially now known as the disposable army because they're going in, like you said, without any vehicular support whatsoever, and they're going to get stuck. And I think nobody really cares because that was the whole point. These guys were sacrifices to begin with, and this is just more proof of that.
It is a terrible thing to see, honestly, because they're going to be slaughtered, and crazily enough, they already have been slaughtered. We were able to generally understand that while we didn't get the video and picture evidence of the actual assault that occurred after these videos were made, at least at the moment, the Ukrainians may release it later, we were able to see one picture that was made by a drone that identified one of the soldiers on the ground as North Korean. He appears to be putting his hands together at this time, begging the drone for mercy, and we can see that unlike others from the eastern areas of Russia that largely have a certain kind of face structure, his face structure does appear on the soldier to be more Korean in facial structure, so this does lead us to believe that this is most likely a North Korean soldier in Russian-equipped gear that we're seeing on the field right here. It also appears that he may have possibly soiled himself as well due to the way his pant color appears to be very dark near to the area in between his legs. But nevertheless, beyond that small fact and observation, it does seem as though the Russian Federation may be trying to finally use the North Koreans in the meat grinder, and quite honestly in the worst ways imaginable, not even really properly equipping them to a minimum Russian standard, which is pretty poor as is, and sending them to the front line pretty much against insurmountable odds to conduct a failed assault pretty much off the bat due to the poor planning and equipment that's been provided. But nevertheless, a lot of people have been talking about the North Korean infantry arriving on the front line and attacking Ukrainian positions, and a lot of people are putting in their thoughts on this, and a lot of people are believing that the North Koreans, much like we're already seeing today, will be swept aside without issue, and largely will not pose a major risk to Ukrainian defensive abilities by and large. But Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so 39% of the audience said it will be a no issue at all for Ukraine, while 32% said it will be a minor setback, and 21% said North Korea will pose a bit of a challenge for the Ukrainian armed forces. And honestly, on this one, it's pretty clear from the videos, the North Koreans are not trained for this type of fighting, and really, they're really not trained for any type of fighting. It's a very subpar military, and the guys that are coming over to help out Russia are mere distractions to distract the Ukrainians from fighting the Russian military. So they will be a minor setback because even though they are basically fodder for the Ukrainians at this point, it looks like they still will be a challenge to basically, and I hate to say this, but they will have to be eliminated because they are, of course, fighting on behalf of the Russians. But once again, these North Koreans are not fighting for anything which benefits their own country. They are fighting on behalf of a dictator that sent them there as a sacrifice to make good relations with Putin. So it's really a really sick situation all the way around. I see some people saying they feel sorry for the North Koreans, and honestly, I'm a little bit on the fence with that. Like, I feel sorry on one respect because they really don't have a choice in this, but also at the same time, Ukraine has to do what they have to do to win the war. So they will have to be taken out, and I'm kind of with the 32%. It will be just a minor setback, but nothing too crazy. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that, in my opinion, I believe that the North Koreans are not going to be posing a major defensive issue for the Ukrainians in the future. I believe that they're going to be proven to be combat ineffective with the amount of supplies and equipment that they've been provided, and may as well be counted as useless on the battlefield at this moment. They simply do not have the tactics, the training, nor the understanding of modern warfare to actually even put a dent into the Ukrainian front lines today. We were able to understand that the Ukrainians inflicted massive casualties onto the North Korean attacking forces without really suffering any in return. There is a great deal to know about the North Koreans, and really the best thing that I could say is that the Army techniques procedures on North Korean tactics, and let me go pull it up right here. gives us a fairly good look into what the North Koreans generally understand. Now, this is the most recent understanding that has been, the most recent publication that has been released for the public on what North Korean tactics look like. The United States Army always is gathering information about how our foes fight, and while this info is from July of 2020, we largely understand that the North Koreans have not modernized during that time or rapidly developed their forces' abilities during the course of the last 4 years. While they have introduced some new technological innovations, it seems as though those technological innovations are most likely still being used within the prior framework of older North Korean tactical structures. And so for this reason, we believe that this is the best example that we have right now of what North Korean tactics look like. Largely, I also use the Army Techniques Procedures, which is what ATP stands for, to be able to understand also how the Russian Federation and the People's Republic of China's armies are supposed to operate on the battlefield as well. The United States Army's intelligence services do an incredibly good job of gathering this information and trying to put together a very clear and coherent picture of how our foes will fight, and it does appear that based off of what we saw today on the Kursk front lines, the ATP 7-100.2 may as well be the Bible at this point on exactly how North Korean soldiers are fighting. They do break down pretty much everything that you would want to know about what the North Koreans actually would fight like from every single aspect, including the logistical side, the command side, even the political officer side of the fight. They pretty much try and account for as much of it as they can, according to the information that we've been able to get from defectors. But moving on from that and on down the line, I do want to show y'all a little bit of the tactics that the North Koreans would use. And so really,
this is a lot of information right here for like the simple tactics we're seeing on the screen, like literally like form a line and go straight into the battlefield. This seems to be giving them much more credence than they probably do, because they're not really utilizing this from what I can tell.
Well, interestingly enough, this is actually for the entire Korean People's Army, which is a fairly fleshed out force inside of North Korea, but once again, technologically inadequate, woefully to a degree. But that's kind of what this is all trying to explain. But we want to get down to the infantry tactics section of this publication, which is a little bit on down there. But we can see right here, I do want to put this out here, that this is about the best kind of an idea of how a front line would work. And what's interesting is that the security zone, which is actually where the North Koreans, according to their doctrine, from what I've read, plan on destroying their enemy before they even make it to the first battle zone. What they do is they establish kill zones. This is something that you would see in a Steven Seagal movie, or the movie Braveheart, or let's see, what was the other one, Matthew, that was made by Mel Gibson? I think it was Patriot or something like that. It is literally like a movie-style ambush for the large part. So I'll explain to y'all what a kill zone is from what we understand, at least from the North Korean understanding. The kill zone is an area along a valley that is on the sides of a road where the North Koreans will set up positions and pretty much wait for you to drive through, apparently expecting you to conduct no reconnaissance in the meantime, and as you drive through the kill zone, they ambush you. And in their mindset, they will completely destroy your force and leave you to where you really don't even exist to hit the first battle zone or the second battle zone for that matter. This is something that you literally would see in a Steven Seagal movie. No one in the world expects to destroy their adversary inside of the security zone, or more so the screening area, because it's not where you're supposed to be able to destroy your enemy. The security zone exists in pretty much everyone's battle doctrines, the Chinese, the Russians, and the United States, as the area where you largely give your main force in the main battle zone pretty much a heads up on who's coming and what they look like. You usually have roving reconnaissance units in this area, supported by possibly some light armor or in some sort of an airborne drone to help out with trying to keep the area under control and largely see if the enemy is moving in, where they are moving in with their main strength, and also if there's any possible flanking attempts being conducted on the front line. The North Koreans do not have any of that in their security zone. What they do in a defensive element is that they do not have any roving recon units. They just set up kill zones and they pray that you pass through there. If you end up moving around the kill zones, you just never end up running into the Korean scouts. You just go straight into the main battle line, and then the kill zones are pretty much just left to figure out what they're going to do, which is usually attempting to fall back to the first battle zone and attempt to conduct a defense with the rest of them. This means that their reconnaissance abilities are pretty much handicapped from the outset because they don't even have reconnaissance units in true form to be able to gather information on their enemy and then report report back to their commanders about the actual size that the enemy force attacking is, or where they actually are attacking. The only time that North Korean commanders would know when an attacking force is hitting the front line is when they pass straight through the kill zone, and of course in movie fashion, the commander doesn't even have to worry about them hitting the first battle zone, because the kill zone commanders and troops are just so crack and hardcore that they will be able to knock out the enemy before they even make it to the main North Korean force. It is ridiculous as far as a defensive element or a strategy, because the Chinese, the United States, and the Russians have far better reconnaissance strategies than kill zones. That's pretty much all the North Koreans know as far as reconnaissance, and then the first battle zone is quite literally almost chaos at that point. But moving on from that, I do want to show y'all a little bit about, let me see here really quickly. I'm trying to see if we can find, let's see, here, one second. I'm trying to see if I can try and find some more information for y'all about the offensive abilities, because now we're looking at the force structure and such things. But we want to find the offensive tactics of the North Koreans, and this might give y'all a little bit of a better idea of what we're seeing today, because they weren't conducting a defensive act, they were actually conducting an offensive act in today's video. So let me see if I can scroll on down through the endless library of information that the United States Army has been able to gather on the North Koreans. So let's see if I can find, let's see here, into actions on contact, blah, 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 blah. Here we go. So this is generally what an offensive plan would look like. And one thing that is wildly interesting about this is that the Army's example that has been given has been broken all the way down to a smaller than the company level. Everything that's being shown on this map here is actually near to the platoon or squad level, at least from what I'm seeing right here, with maybe a battalion present on screen right there. That's actually pretty wild, because many of y'all will know that generally the most basic element on the strategic example of how a fight would be conducted is usually done on the battalion level, and then the battalion commanders and lower than them generally have the authority and the ability to actually make the tactical decisions on the battlefield. It appears, though, that at least in this example, the tactical decisions may be made by a commander higher up than the battalion, which means that in the North Korean example, this is most likely made by the regimental commander, which means that micromanagement is on an insane level that has never been seen really in any other armed force. Nevertheless, I would go over this. I'm going to have to read about it a little bit more, actually, because I was seeing a whole bunch of additional abbreviations that I have not caught yet when I've grazed over this ATP before. But nevertheless, it does not look like the North Koreans are going to be doing well at all. But you know, one thing that is interesting, Matthew, is that in this example, they are showing squad and platoon-sized elements conducting individual attacks against what appears to be an enemy company that is just focalized on one point. I believe that this is literally the strategy that they use today, because it looks like they sent maybe about an entire platoon out, and then they just got wiped out. So that may have been just one part of the overall attack that they were trying to conduct, and it was around the same size as the example that we're seeing right here.
Yeah, it seems like pretty much all their strategies and tactics are pretty simplistic. Like they're pretty much planning on a very one-dimensional enemy that's not really going to be doing too many complex maneuvers, because these strategies don't really seem that well complex and thought out.
They don't at all. They look terrible. But moving on from that, and from our general strategic overview, we were also able to hear some additional information in this area today that some Russian tanks also appear to have been attempting an attack just to the west of Bolshoi Soletskoy, not really reinforcing the North Koreans, but pretty much conducting an offensive action of their own. And we were able to see a decent amount of these Russian vehicles destroyed by anti-tank fire, including some javelins that were actually used as well in the defense. But we can see the Russian tanks moving forward through the open field, of course at high speed, unlike the North Koreans who literally just meandered their way across the field on foot.
You know, it's so crazy to go from seeing the footage we've seen in the past, where it's generally like everything's blooming, everything's growing, to all of a sudden it's like a winter hellscape just out of the blue like this.
Yeah, it looks so barren out there and desolate. And we can also see another drone angle here that's in infrared. And we now see, well, actually, it's in normal footage. It's just the camera lens is apparently different. But the rear vehicle was hit by a javelin and knocked out. It then goes rolling off the road, brewing up, and it appears that the crew has not bailed out at the moment. Actually, they are bailing out at this very instant. And they're running for the hills immediately. It appears that the lead vehicle is continuing onwards, maybe hoping to make it to the tree line, although it appears that the APC behind them has already been destroyed. The video clip ends, and the fate of the other tank is uncertain at the moment, but still a massive shout out to the 36th Marines Brigade, which has been moved into the area by the Ukrainians in defending this area just west of Bolshoi-Saletskoye today. Meanwhile, towards Olgovka and Koronivo, we were also able to see some more Russian tanks being destroyed in this area. It appears that a snowstorm has not reached this area at the moment, and the ground is, of course, largely barren, of course, due to the cold temperatures, but snow has not enveloped this area of the front line yet. And we were able to see one of the FPV drones slamming on down into a BMP, most likely a BMP-3. We're now able to see a FPV drone slamming down into a Russian position, and another Russian BMP, a BMD, it appears to be a BMD-2, possibly. We can also see right here some sort of an armored car. We can also see a BMD-2, BMP-2, and that's actually a BMD. The identifiers down here are not correct because this said BMP-1. It showed the picture of a BMP-2, and then the vehicle that they're actually hitting on screen appears to be a BMD-2, not a BMP. So that's a little interesting to see. But we can see also here that this is not a T-72B. This is actually a T-80BV that's being hit right here. I don't know who did the identifying on this video, but they need to brush up on the identifiers because a lot of these are actually incorrect. The wheelbase on this tank is that of a T-80, not a T-72, because you can tell generally by the wheel arrangement that the rear two wheels of the T-80 are actually offset further back than the rest of the wheel sets, and then the front four wheels are actually grouped up in groups of two, which you can see right here on screen. And we can also see that the turret has the general shape of a T-80s and not a T-72B. Also, the Contact 1 ERA tile layout on the front of the turret is usually done in that of an arrow shape instead of flat, pretty much flush along the turret, which would indicate that this is, once again, a T-80BV and not a T-72B. But we can see the FPV drone hitting it all the same and destroying it nevertheless. This is actually a T-72B3, that is a properly identified vehicle, and it does appear that this one is on fire and the crew is abandoning it. And we now see them hitting a couple of additional APCs. This is not a BMP-3. I do not know who did the identifying. That is a BMP-1. As you can clearly see, the smaller turret shape, or the smaller turret profile of a BMP-1, but we can see it slamming down right there and destroying the vehicle. And we now see them hitting a Euro 4320 as well. But nevertheless, that is the end of the clip. But very nice to see they were able to destroy a large number of Russian vehicles. Meanwhile, we also got a very interesting video as well of the Bradleys in Kursk. Alright. Alright, that was interesting. Anyways, if y'all want makeup, there you go. You just got a random ad.
Man, that was seeing glasses, man. If you want to see this victory for the Ukrainians up close and personal, go get some glasses.
Man, you want to see the Russians crying in 4K Ultra HD? Get yourself some new glasses. But nevertheless, here's the clip. This one actually does explain the use of Bradleys inside the Kursk Oblast, unlike the other clip the other day where we got it, where it was literally just someone on U924 doing the same thing I do, which is commentating over the clips and explaining what's happening. But nevertheless, here is the clip.
The speed is incredible. The firepower, too.
So as you can see behind me is a US-made Bradley that belongs to the 47th Brigade here in the Sumy region. There's a triangle here, which means that basically they're fighting now in Kursk with these machines. Now let's take a closer look at the specifics of these. So obviously we're not in an emergency situation, we're not on a battlefield, but this is how the infantry go inside this IFV. So,
there's no wonder they can only communicate through their helmet because it's really loud. Normally there would be 8 people here. This is how they go to the battlefield. The machine gunner cabin is right behind me. There's a feeling we're super fast, and despite everything, there's a good feeling of protection from inside. Now I said 8, but sometimes they can have way more when they need to evacuate wounded from the battlefield.
I love the sound of the Bradley. It sounds so good.
I'm not going to lie, the Bradley is one of my favorite vehicles, to be entirely honest. It is a jack of all trades and a master of every one. It does great in an anti-tank role at incredibly long distances. It does pretty good in the anti-tank role even in shorter range distances. This has been proven endlessly throughout the war, even against some of Russia's best tanks that they can field, like the T-90M, like we saw in the area, I believe it was of it was not Berdyansk, it was the town of Pischane, I believe, or Berdichi, just north of Avdiivka. We were able to see one Bradley knock out a T-90M pretty much single-handedly, which was pretty impressive at point-blank range. These things also do great as armored personnel carriers. They do great as recon vehicles. These are truly a master of the battlefield, probably one of the best vehicles that the United States Armed Forces has in service in the modern day, because it just does so well at every single category. Not only that, but with the broad armor packages, which has usually been equipped onto all Bradleys in Ukraine, like you can see right here, it adds additional protection against RPGs and other shoulder-mounted anti-tank weapons. That is an insanely important thing, because usually the biggest enemy to Bradley IFVs is not an anti-tank round or some sort of a tanks round fired from a Russian main battle tank. It is usually actually a shoulder-fired anti-tank weapon from the Russians, and the broad armor package allows for most of the punch of that RPG shell when it makes impact with the side of the vehicle to pretty much be absorbed by the broad explosive reactive armor package instead of the actual aluminum hull of the vehicle itself. And even still, the aluminum hull of the Bradley has held up incredibly well throughout the war, and we've seen it shouldering some hits that were never expected for the Bradley to survive, and yet the vehicle kept on trucking. So overall, I would actually have to say, out of all the vehicles that have been provided to Ukraine so far, the Bradley even beats out the Abrams, the Leopard, and the Challengers as being the most versatile and most important ground vehicle that's ever been provided to the Ukrainians so far by any nation. I think they're just absolutely impressive.
Also, I saw Mary Aller saying in the live chat, what size engine's on the Bradley? And I actually had to pull that up because I was like, what is that really, really good sound coming out of that Bradley? It looks like it's a Cummins diesel, and it outputs about 600 horsepower. So it's putting about a 19 horsepower per short ton. So it's putting out some nice power, and also that's a very beefy looking engine right there. So that's pretty cool.
Let's see, what is it called again, the engine?
It's a Cummins VTA 903T diesel.
903T. Let's take a look at this thing. Let's see here. Is it a T660?
It's a VTA 93T.
Let's see. 93 VTA 93T. Let me go get that one. So let's see here. I think we got it now. Oh yeah, here we go. Is this it? I found one for sale. Well, hang on. Let me shrink the screen down here really quickly. I found one for sale. Is this it?
Yep, that looks like it.
You all can have a Bradley engine from a Bradley infantry fighting vehicle for only $8,250. I don't know why you need one, but there is one available. And just look at this thing. It actually is a pretty beefy little monster right there.
Looks like it's got maybe 2 turbos on it. I see 1 turbo, but I'm seeing reports on the internet of it having 2. So this thing's putting out some torque, I'd imagine. But let's see here if I can actually find it. I'm curious because I'm sort of into engines and things like that. So let's see. What's the torque this thing? It's getting 600 horsepower, and it's putting out... Why don't they give us the torque? Like, I got to pull that up separate. Let's see. Bradley engine torque, because I'm just curious. Wow, it's putting out 1,400 pounds of torque from that diesel engine. So
Dang.
That thing is a monster.
Dude, that thing is a torqueaholic. Oh my god, dude, that's crazy, man. You could probably pull an entire, like, tank. Well, you can pull an entire tank across the field. It is in this clip. But I'm talking about you could probably smack that thing down in the Abrams and get somewhat okay performance out of it. But that's crazy. But getting back to the video, they show a little bit more about the Bradleys in service with the 47th Brigade. Man, that thing sounds wonderful, though.
Yeah, we're just out. Obviously, we heard the sound of a drone. It's ours. It's our team, that is. But yeah, heading out from this vehicle, and as I said before, not knowing what to expect and having to be ready for the fight while, like as I did, basically, you know, looking at the sky just to check if there's some FPV or whatnot. Yeah, that must be very, very heavy feeling on those soldiers. For some who have been fighting for, well, almost 3 years now.
Deep in the woods close to the Russian border, men from the 47th Brigade are waiting for the next mission. The US has supplied over 300 Bradleys to Ukraine, first deployed in the Second Gulf
I didn't know that we had provided that many. There's actually hundreds of them in Ukraine. I'd always heard that it was maybe around 150 to 170, but according to United 24, there's around 300 of them that have been provided to Ukraine, and at this point, we're not really sure how many of them have still survived through this time, because some of them have been destroyed, as we've seen proof of in the past.
War and the Iraq War, these IFVs have been on the Ukrainian battlefield since 2023. The Bradleys have a 25mm Bushmaster chain gun and TOW anti-tank missile systems to engage Russian tanks. At roughly 60 km per hour, the IFV is a lifesaver on the battlefield.
On the Kursk front, the Bradleys work very well. We take infantry to positions, evacuate a lot of people, and save a lot of lives. We also coordinate with tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. So when there's an attack, we manage to repel assaults.
The machine gunner's cabin is extremely small, but well thought out for tough fights.
First, the driver starts the vehicle. I start the tower.
Did you just see that, Matthew? Did you just see that? They actually have equipped the control panels with facings with Ukrainian on them.
That's pretty interesting. Also, let's see here. What is the button right there? So 7.62 millimeter. Are they like selecting what caliber they're shooting or something?
That's the fire control system right here. So pushing down that button, I believe, allows for the machine gun to fire. And you can also see right up here that you actually have the rocket selector as well for the TOW. You can see up here that this says PTRK TOW, which would stand for pretty much ATGM TOW. So this entire area of the control system right here is for operating the TOW 2 launcher on the side of the vehicle. So this right here, this little toggle, actually allows you to select in between Rocket 1 or Rocket 2, as the TOW launcher holds 2 individual TOW missiles. This down here allows for the operation of the machine gun, and I believe down here, all of these panels, well, all of these buttons and toggles are for the 25mm Bushmaster, which is the main gun on the turret. Hello?
Yeah, we're lagging extremely bad right now.
Oh, dang. So I probably explained all that and you didn't hear any of it, did you? I'm assuming that probably is the case. You'll probably hear all of this in like 50 seconds. So anyways, we're getting back to the video.
And we work with this joystick to control the cannon, the machine gun, the whole thing. It's going well. I enjoy it a lot. Sometimes when we head out, it can be a bit scary, but we keep going because it's our job.
This IFV has multiple holes caused by shrapnels. It went through a lot. The machine is a prized target for the Russians. Its 2-centimeter thick hull allows it to withstand heavy shellings and sometimes even mines.
The speed is incredible, the firepower too. In terms of armor, the vehicle can resist FPVs.
On top of the Bradley, the men have installed a makeshift cage to stop Russian FPVs. They call it the grill.
Before, we didn't have the grill, and we had a few hot situations, but now it's way better. There's no grill anymore, and we dragged half a kilometer of cable behind us. I don't know if it's ours or the enemy's, but it stretches behind us for about half a kilometer.
The Bradley is manned by...
They're laughing, but probably tracked them all the way there.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know if that's worth laughing or not, but I suppose maybe it's worth a pass.
He's the commander.
It's like with your brothers in arms. They become more than just colleagues. They become a part of you, like family. So naturally, when it comes to the brigade, it's the same. From the moment I joined, I've stayed with it, and it feels dear to me.
The brigade lost a few Bradleys during the failed counteroffensive in 2023, but has continued to deploy them from Avdiivka to Kursk.
I know they have Marines and paratroopers. They've got quite a lot of them there. The 155th Naval Infantry, the 810th. We've come across them during operations on the Zaporizhia front. They got a good look at us then. Exactly. That's how we got acquainted. So you could say we have an old love story with them.
Reportedly, Russian troops have already recaptured 40% of its territory in Kursk, and Koch says they shouldn't be underestimated.
When they say on TV that Russia only has poor trained conscripts fighting, it's not true. Maybe at the beginning, when they weren't prepared for the level of resistance we'd put up, when they were moving in columns and getting smashed, that was one thing. But now, barely anyone fights like that anymore.
Some Russians keep trying to engage in columns. It doesn't end well for them. The Bradleys are still proving their efficiency every day on the Kursk front.
I think the next 3 months will be tough, just like the ones before and just like the ones after.
That's the end of the clip, but still a very interesting look and deep insight to the Bradley IFVs that are still operating in the Ukrainian armed forces. Moving on from that, though, and into the rest of the news that we were able to get today, we were able to hear that there were loads of Russian POWs taken in an unknown location. We don't know where this video is from at the moment, but we were able to see a mass of Russian prisoners that had been taken. Here's the clip.
На раз, два, три, Путин кто? Громко, блядь! Громче, блядь! 15 раз! Путин кто?
They seem to have a thing with repeating a word.
Громче, блядь! Еще громче! А теперь с глазами похлопали, как тюлени, блядь! Быстро! Все!
And now they're stomping the ground.
Oh, look at that. They're practicing running.
They're simulating the thing they did for probably months. But moving on from that and out of that a little bit, we also got the location, well, actually the Russian casualty report, which appears to have been okay, but in some areas not great.
Yes, sir. Looks like we got 2 Bobcats today. That's better than 0. And also, it does look like it's still pretty decent, even though it's going down a bit because of the winter time, but it's still looking juicy. But Enforcer, tell us more.
And I got to tell you that today's infantry report, or casualty report more so, was a very interesting one, as we were able to hear that there has been a significant drop in troop losses, which we have seen, according to Mistisa, keeper of the records, and the 7-day average is now 1,321. The week total is 9,250. No APVs is exceptionally rare, and the only other time in the past 12 months was September 7th of 2024, and 24 artillery pieces being destroyed is back up to the prior daily averages. But nevertheless, we were able to see that the casualty report was 1,040 Russian soldiers and North Koreans wounded and killed in the past 24 hours, along with 40 supply trucks, 2 tanks, 24 artillery systems, 53 drones, and 2 Bobcat skid steers. All in all, it does appear that the Ukrainians are not inflicting incredibly high losses on the Russians, at least at this time still high compared to the beginning of the war, but not high compared to the relative averages we see these days. But it does show us that the Ukrainians are still, once again, holding their ground, and that the fighting may be subsiding due to harsher winter weather within most areas. We also got to see that within the area of central Ukraine, the Ukrainians once again were able to shoot down another Shahed with a technical. And here's the clip. When you see the machine gunner here, sitting in a chair, actually, pretty nice. You can see him now firing at a drone. We can't really see it on the camera at this moment, but he is continuing a steady stream of fire. And we now see the drone getting hit right there, going down. Just over the horizon.
That's good when a guy on the back of a pickup truck sitting in a chair just happens to take your drone out just with just a bare eyesight like that and some iron sights. That's pretty good.
Man, this guy, honestly, man, could qualify technically as an Alabama redneck. He's just got a chair and a machine gun. He went, hell, boy, I'll shoot that damn thing now, and then just started firing at it until it went down. I got to respect him. I can really, relate to this a great deal. We grew up around a lot of folks like this. Respectable.
Can we have him? Can we borrow him to bring him here to America to do the DOD's job and shoot down one of those drones?
Man, you come out there, you go, Hell, boy, only me here for this? It's just like shoot down like 20 drones in one night, man. New Jersey's airspace would be cleared out by the next day. But moving on from that clip, we are going to be moving on to the front lines briefly for a moment, because we were able to see Brazilian volunteers returning back to the Severonsky Woods within their private armored cars. Look at that.
Oh, look at those. Those are so nice.
Man, I think those things look incredible. They personally, in my opinion, respectfully, they look top notch.
It's just literally a roaming armored box with just some really, really nice suspension.
Man. And that thing does actually look like it glides over the potholes and stuff. It actually looks pretty comfy. But moving on from that and down into Toretsk, which is one of the few areas we saw frontline action today, we were able to see the Ukrainians using anti-tank mines to literally obliterate Russian positions inside of Toretsk. We can see one of the buildings here occupied by the Russians, and now we can see the Ukrainians doing the simple job of driving up, throwing mines into the bottom of the building, and then blowing the whole thing sky high. It's a pretty easy job, not stressful at all. They just get shot at the whole time and kind of have to have a little bit of luck. But here they go, driving right up onto the Russian position, laying down some heavy fire to suppress the Russians, as the Ukrainian combat engineers are going to get out and start doing their work. We can now see the armored car pulling right up to the building, the engineers dismounting and immediately grabbing their improvised makeshift charges to throw into the bottom of the building. They're pretty much satchels made of anti-tank mines. We can now see them lighting the fuses, throwing the mines into the building, and then hopping right back into the armored car as the building is soon to detonate. We now see them getting back into the armored car. We see another man getting his satchel charge as well, and then throwing it into the window, and then making his way back to the armored car as well, telling them to get the hell out of Dodge while they can. We see them still laying down fire onto the building. The Russians are inside right now, being suppressed by the machine gun on board the armored car. Little do the Russians know at this moment, the whole building's probably about to collapse as the anti-tank mines will explode on the first floor. Now we now see them backing out. And driving on away. We believe that this was an Onsilla armored car, but we can now see the armored car here in the drone video making that left turn that we saw just a second ago. The building explodes, and it literally caves in. The operation was a success, although an incredibly crazy one. This is probably the modern equivalent to the petard, which was a form of an explosive that had to be carried directly up to the walls of a city by a specially picked crew of men who would then plant the explosive directly onto the wall, light the fuse, and then run away, hopefully to cover. The fatality rates in that kind of a job were incredibly high. Pretty much 1 in every 4 was expected to make it back from those missions alive, and so they were paid incredibly well. And this looks like the modern equivalent to that, but it looks as though everyone's surviving the mission, so it looks like they were able to at least improve that part of the job. Meanwhile, we were also able to see the Ukrainians continuing to drop drone bomblets on Russians in other areas of the least populated areas of Toretsk, or at least the least built-up areas of Toretsk. Pretty much most of it's unpopulated at this point. And we now see them getting ready to drop the next drone bomblet. We can actually see a group of washers on the front of that bomblet. There it goes. And I guess you could say that the Russians have been washed of life. And there we go, the bomblet detonates on top of the building, and the Russians have been once again woken up from their slumber, or put into a slumber, whichever way you want to look at it. Moving on from that now, the Toretsk area, we were also able to see the Russians complaining about dirty water. Nothing new for the Russians, some of them literally drink filtered sewage, but we can see here that this Russian is once again complaining about the quality of the water, saying that it tastes like sewage.
Probably because it is sewage. It looks nasty as hell. It's literally sitting in the mud.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's the water?
Yeah, that's the water. Ugh,
oh, jeez.
That is gross.
And what filter are they using to like, help it out?
None.
No filter. They're just drinking straight out of the pit.
Dude, they are living they are living the same kind of drinking conditions in this area as the Indian tap water supply, completely unfiltered. Like it's just is what it is. Like you just drink it and pray, I suppose. But moving on out of Ukraine and the front lines, because we still have loads of news to cover elsewhere in the world, and the Ukraine war segment is still taking up a good amount of time. We were able to see that the Ural oil depot was still burning today, and it appears that the Russian fire brigades are once again unable to contain the blaze, much like we've seen throughout most areas of the Russian Federation. Whenever oil depots are attacked, we can see the thick black smoke rolling out of the depot here and on into the horizon. We then were able to see Outside of Oral and down in Krasnodar, a couple of partisans ended up burning down some aircraft inside of a Russian airbase at Kursk, which is just outside of the city of Krasnodar to its west. It looks like the Russians are going to be missing a couple of aircraft. Also, we got the Mission Impossible music playing as we watch the aircraft start catching on fire. The partisans just walked right onto the base, threw some fire bombs at the planes, and then wandered off. It must be the activity of UFOs. And we could see the planes beginning to continue to burn, and once again, another Su-30 was destroyed. Wonderful to know. Moving on from that and down towards Sochi, we were able to get some news of air defense activity in this area as well, which was very interesting. It appears that it was an S-300 or an S-400 surface-to-air missile system engaging some form of target near to the city. We do not know any information beyond the fact that air defense was used. Also, I like how they blurred out the missile, like we were going to geolocate where the missile was at this exact point in time. Very intelligent people here.
That's pretty good work to be able to blur the missile, too. That's a lot of tracking work.
It doesn't make any sense, though. It's like, what's the point? It's like, it's in the middle of the sky. We can't see anything. They're like, oh, we can't show the missile. They might geolocate its position. It's like, there's nothing to geolocate it from. This is crazy. But anyways, moving on from that and out of this area of the Russian Federation, we were also able to see in a more macabre sort of a tone that Russian cemeteries are still growing pretty significantly these days, as this cemetery had to recently be expanded just to account for the sheer losses and also recovered bodies that are being found inside of Ukraine. Once again, we do have to remind everyone that the Russian Federation rarely ever does recover the corpses of frontline fatalities. We understand that the number is less than 50%. So this is only really representing, at least for the town of Samara, less than half of the casualties that actually have been sustained, really fatalities that is, on the front lines in Ukraine. But here's the clip.
Все достойны самых высоких слов, чтобы о них сегодня говорили. Да, молодые мальчишки.
Pretty interesting how they put their picture on the tombstone like that.
Yeah, it's a very interesting thing. Here in the West, they usually do tombstones like this one here in the front. It's just a simple headstone with an inscription on it saying the name of the person and when they were alive. But in Russia, they do different. This guy's literally holding a gat on his tombstone back there. Like, he's like straight up still fighting over there, apparently.
I wonder how much it costs to get the special engraving service, because it seems like in America that would be at least 20 grand for that.
Yeah, that is an interesting question. It seems that everyone does it. In Russia, there are different customs, though, with the dead you will not see here in America. For example, to show you all this, it's fairly common for relatives of the dead and even future generations to visit the graves of those who have passed. And usually that's why you'll see that there's this little gated off plot near to every single grave site, and also a small bench, so that way you can come and sit by the tomb site and just kind of hang out for a while. Some people drink here, some people eat, some people share food with the graves. It's an interesting kind of a custom, completely pretty much polar opposite to the West. Usually folks are buried in the West in pretty much neat little rows. There's no gating off whatsoever in most normal cemeteries here in the United States, and people will drop by here and there to drop off flowers at the grave sites, but never actually hang out to the point that benches pretty much have to be built at practically every single grave site. But moving on from that, we now see that they've created a brand new plot over here, once again extending the cemetery and already preparing for the new war dead that will be coming in the future.
It's shocking that they really don't care about the guys when they're alive, but when they're dead, they go all out.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy like that, you know, like all of these brand new grave arrangements here. I don't know how much they would cost, because here in America, it costs a pretty good deal, kind of just to throw someone in the ground with a tombstone over them, and that's it. It costs a lot. I don't know how much this is costing in Russia, but I'd assume that it's probably a family's life savings to be able to do something like this, or maybe it's provided by the Russian state, and at this point, being a mortician is actually a pretty damn good business in Russia, in a very dark sort of a sense. It's a really unfortunate thing to see when you actually think about it.
помогать своим.
That's the end of the clip, but still showing that the war is certainly taking a toll on the Russian public. Meanwhile, moving on out of Ukraine. Well, actually, before we move on out of Ukraine, I do have to ask a question about those saboteurs that we saw down in the area of Krasnodar that ended up losing the Russians a expensive $40 million Su-30 today. And with that Su-30 being lost, will this start to happen more often? And it seems as though a lot of people are believing that the partisans may increase their attacks against aircraft because it seems fairly easy to get onto the base and burn them straight to the ground. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking as well?
All right, so a whopping 79% of the audience said Ukraine will increase these attacks behind the enemy lines at these Russian air bases by taking out aircraft, while 12% said maybe so, but there's really no evidence right now of that, and 3% said Ukraine just did this as a one-off. And from what we can tell, these attacks do happen from time to time, but there is no like set schedule to they take out certain planes at certain times. It's pretty much whenever it's opportune to do so, they will of course strike these aircraft. So I think it's not going to be happening as often as some might think. It might be maybe just from time to time as they spot an airplane in the open that they can actually get their hands on and start a fire next to it. So it probably won't be too crazy in the future. Like with the increase in these attacks, it'll probably just basically stay the same. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say it's probably going to stay the same. The pro-Ukrainian partisans really attack whenever there's an opportunity to do so and cause any significant damage. This has been going on throughout the course of the war, but it isn't anything that we've seen starts to ramp up or decrease depending on the success of prior attacks. So for this reason, we have a feeling that it will largely still be sporadic attacks as usual and will not increase in volume over this short period leading on into next year. But moving on out of that news and on into the Middle East, there has actually been a lot going on down here today that has led a lot of people to be interested. Many people have been discussing on this channel, actually not discussing, it's actually been a point of contention on this channel as to what the Israeli bombardments really are doing. Are they causing deteriorating diplomatic relations with the Syrian interim government and the rebel factions that make up the Syrian interim government, or is it actually something that the Syrian rebels are indifferent to? And it does appear that at this point we were able to get an official announcement today letting us hear that it is not doing anything good at all for Western interests inside the region for the Israelis to continue to bomb the Syrian interim government. From information that we were getting, and this was from Levant 24, which appears to have been able to get some statements today from Jelani, who is the leader of the HTS, and appears to still have some decent authority over the western area of Syria, even with the interim government now in charge. He has stated that the form of authority is left to the decisions of experts and lawyers, and the Syrian people are going to be the ones who largely decide the future of the new Syrian Republic that will form out of the country, or the Syrian Emirate, whichever way the country goes. They also stated that they will be forming committees and councils concerned with re-examining the Constitution and most likely creating a new constitutional convention in the future to dictate the laws and rights of Syrian citizens well on into the future. Also, according to Jelani, they have relations with the Christian and Druze populations inside of Syria. The Druze and Christian populations usually exist, actually to speak about each one individually, there's a significant Christian population within the area around the city of Homs, largely to its western side, and there's also a significant Druze population south of the city of Damascus, which it seems as though there has been some, at least, statements that they have fairly good relations with these groups, at least according to official statements, and we haven't really seen anything so far, at least at this time during the period of the interim government, to prove otherwise. So we largely are taking this at face value until we get information to corroborate it further or to deny the claims and throw them on their face due to undeniable evidence of the contrary. The Ministry of Defense will dissolve all factions and there will be no weapons outside the authority of the Syrian state. So this largely does mean that, at least at this time, according to what Jelani is saying, who is the leader of the HTS, all rebel groups, the SDF, the HTS, the Syrian Free Army, and the Druze rebels will all be surrendering their firearms and weapons to the Syrian state and then allowing for the creation of a Syrian armed force that will be able to administer national defense on behalf of the Syrian government and not through the rebel groups individually. There is apparently a differentiation being made in between the Kurdish communities that were part of the former SDF and the PKK, which is inside of southeastern Turkey, saying that they're two completely different groups, and once again trying to distance, quite obviously, to make sure that the Turks don't take advantage of the situation, the Kurds in Syria from the Kurds in southeastern Turkey, so that way the Turks can't justify annexing northeastern Syria because they generally have a thing against the Kurds. Jelani has also made a statement saying that the Israelis have clearly crossed the lines in Syria, which threatens an unjustified escalation in the region against Syria in an aggressive form, and Israeli arguments, according to Jelani, have become weak and do not justify its recent violations. Once again,
also, Enforcer, just a side note real quick, go back to that post for a second and show me that picture again that was on that post of the HTS leader.
Right here?
I'm not going to lie. Like, that guy actually resembles Zelenskyy slightly. I'm not sure if that's just me, but when I was looking at that, I was like, that looks like the Syrian version of Zelenskyy, like the facial features.
It kind of does, actually. That is a little weird, you know? Like, almost like like if you shave the beard down to be a lot shorter, it pretty much would be him.
Yeah, I saw a picture today comparing the two, and I was like, they kind of look similar, but after seeing this photo, I'm like, that guy looks like he's almost related to Zelenskyy, like how close he looks just without the beard.
That is weird. I never noticed that, Matthew. That's actually a very interesting point. But nevertheless, it does appear that, at least according to the public statements, the Israeli actions against the Syrian interim government may not be improving, well, obviously are not improving relations in the region, much like we've been saying. Meanwhile, we were also able to see that the leader of the HTS has warned the Russians to change their stance inside of Syria and their relationships with the Syrian people. And also, he has stated that we are not about to engage in a conflict with Israel. And it doesn't appear that, at least at this time, there's any clear indications or info that would show that the HTS or any other rebel group for that matter, or the Syrian interim government, is immediately going to enter a war with the Israeli state, at least at this time. However, we have been able to hear that the Israelis have continued airstrikes around the area of Damascus, as video and picture footage did emerge today, once again showing Israeli airstrikes within the area.
Ya Allah. Ya Allah.
This guy sounds impressed.
Snack bar. Snack bar.
And we see additional explosions in the distance. Snack bar.
Yeah. There you go. Do it again.
That's the end of the clip.
Oh, damn, he didn't do it again.
He did not do it again. It ended before he could. But with that, we are going to be moving on from that little clip right there. The Israelis once again continuing to bombard different sites within the region. And we were also able to hear that within Latakia, the Syrian Journalists Association is now reopening once again, as it does appear that free press is going to be attempted inside of Syria, and it looks as though it's already beginning to make some forward strides on that, at least at the moment. It seems as though that is a certain step forward towards some sort of civil and individual liberties, as well as the freedom of the press, which largely does remain within a pro-Western framework, at least at the moment, with how their society is beginning to form. It does seem as though a lot of people are throwing in a lot of comments right now, actually, about the worsening relations in between Israel and the brand new Syria that is formed, as well as the actions, well, more so the direct statements that Jelani has made today, who seems to be an influential person at this moment in the forming of the new Syrian government, as to what the Israelis are doing, saying that it's continuing to worsen relations in between them and the Israelis. And it seems as though a lot of people are putting in their thoughts and saying that the Israelis may have messed up by attacking a significant portion of the remaining Assad regime's military assets and continuing to bomb the Syrian interim government's territory within the country. Others are saying that it may have been smart, others are saying that there's really no right answer, and others are a little unsure. But Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking as well?
All right, so 41% said Israel did mess up by attacking Syria, while 31% said Israel was smart to attack now, while 18% said there's really no right answer to this question. And I would say, at this point, I think it's pretty obvious Israel has messed up by attacking. Well, we had both actually been saying that for days now, that probably was not a wise idea to go ahead and sour relations with the new Syrian government. There was a chance for diplomacy here and to get along, basically, which hasn't happened in a very long time, and Israel went right in and started attacking, which was probably not the best idea, because not only have they caused more strife now between Israel and Syria, but also they kind of screwed Ukraine over, because the Russians were about to be forced to abandon their fighter jets inside of Syria and lose those. But now it looks like the Russians will be allowed to stay, at least for now, inside of Syria and keep their fighter jets at the bases and still remain in possession of them. So Israel kind of screwed over themselves and Ukraine by making this move right here, and it really wasn't smart. So I'm with the 42%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that, in my opinion, the Israelis did step over the boundary when conducting this kind of an attack. It doesn't seem that it made any sense at all, and I want to make this a little bit clear. There's a difference in between the Israeli actions in Gaza Strip in southern Lebanon and what happened in Syria. Israel was responding in an offensive manner in Gaza and southern Lebanon because of the offensive actions that have been conducted against them by Iranian proxies based in those regions. The Israeli response was 100% justified and well measured to the attack that actually happened. However, the Israeli actions inside of Syria are one that I would largely say is blatantly offensive, and not only that, poorly considered and poorly planned out. The Assad regime collapsed, and the brand new rebel factions that have risen up in the region to take the place of the Assad regime are generally all either leaning towards becoming Western or largely indifferent to the Israelis at large. Conducting attacks against these groups before they even really take power and then continuing these attacks even into today is doing nothing but continuing to deteriorate the situation diplomatically and between the new Syrian government and that of Israel. If everyone is to believe, which it doesn't appear that that many are continuing to believe, it seems as though that group is beginning to diminish. If many are to believe that the Israelis are 100% justified in offensively attacking a group that has not attacked them yet, and the Israelis are not acting defensively in the situation, they are 100% acting in an offensive manner, then the Russian invasion of Ukraine was 100% justified, and no one can complain about it, because using the exact same metric, Russia, for some reason, just felt threatened by Ukraine, and so it was justified for them to just start bombing everyone out of the blue, because then it makes sense. You know, the Israelis know how to operate in their neighborhood, the Russians obviously have to know how they're operating in their neighborhood as well. But when we look at that, there is clearly a flaw in that kind of a logic. The Russians don't know what the hell they're doing in their neighborhood, they just know that they're going to start acting against Ukraine, because it looks like it may not possibly go entirely their way if Ukraine joins NATO in the future. The Israelis in this situation acted offensively without really any idea, understanding, or information for that matter on what the Syrian rebel forces are doing. The Syrian rebel forces appear to be attempting to create a fairly democratic society that may not turn out perfectly, but nevertheless it will be far better than the Assad regime, and at least by default would have been anti-Russian and anti-Iranian, largely destroying the ability for Hamas and Hezbollah to be supplied and armed in the future, which is 100% Israel's main foe in the region at the time, are the Iranian proxies inside of Lebanon and Gaza. So for this reason, I would say that the Israelis have largely overstepped in this scenario, and it doesn't appear that this is going to end up well for really American interests in the region or Israeli interest, as the Syrians may, by default, start to move more towards the Iranian direction and then continue the weapons flow into southern Lebanon and into the Gaza Strip, continuing to allow Iranian proxies to strike at the very heart of Israel due to the overstepping that has been done inside of Syria. But still, Matthew, I think I heard that you were about to butt in and say something there. Were you wanting to add something in?
No, I'll just pretty much agree with what you're saying here as well. Israel had the chance here to have peaceful relations, and they chose not to have them. Honestly, like, I'm just trying to figure out why they did it, because surely there was some reason behind why they did this, because it made no sense to go in and just create bad relations with the rebels. And I'm not really buying the argument that they were fearful, because they already had a buffer zone. They knew they could handle the new government, and the new government in Syria was actually putting out the olive branch and saying we would actually like good relations with Israel, but Israel rewarded them by going in there and taking out every piece of military hardware that they had in their Air Force and their Navy as well, which doesn't seem like a very good way to open negotiations with peace relations. And at this point, I'm really not sure what Israel can do to mend the relationship. I think Israel might have permanently burned the bridge, and if there is something to do to mend it, you know, the damage has already kind of been done. The Russians are being allowed to stay in Syria. That's hurt Ukraine in that front, and Israel's not provided really any explanation for why they're doing this or acting this way at all. And I wonder if it's in accordance with the U.S. position as well.
I do not believe that this is in accordance with the U.S. position, because it appears that the United States is trying to take a very friendly and measured approach to all of the rebel factions at the end of the conflict, and are trying to improve relations with each and every one of them to try and bring Syria into the Western fold. Many people always have had different ideas over the past few days about why Israel is doing this, and largely a lot of people, and this is something that we've known and something I'll say again, a lot of people either love Israel to the point that they can never do anything wrong. The Israelis could quite literally conduct atrocities, and some people will justify the atrocities because the Israelis are just so good and perfect, and then other people will hate the Israelis so much that literally their mere existence angers them to the point that they want the entire state of Israel wiped off the map. There are really only two kinds of people when talking about this sort of a thing. No one ever looks at Israel with a level head and says that some of the things they do are justified and others are not. Their actions against Iranian proxies inside of Lebanon and Gaza were 100% justified and are within a greater pro-Western and pro-American framework, and also were looking out for Israeli security interests in the area as well. It was a win-win for everyone involved. However, what they're doing in Syria is the complete opposite. It is largely screwing over Israeli security interests in the long term, as well as American security interests in the region as well, as we are still trying to secure complete control over the Middle East, and this is beginning to greatly jeopardize that situation. If the Israelis had intelligence to lead them to believe that the Syrian rebels were not so great people, why wouldn't they have waited for that to become very obvious to the entire world? The Syrian interim government was not even allowed an hour to exist before the Israelis began to bomb hundreds of targets inside of the former Syrian Arab Republic. It makes no sense. They sat there and gave time for Hamas to actually conduct a massacre of nearly 2,000 people before they took any serious action against the Hamas forces inside the Gaza Strip or Hezbollah inside of southern Lebanon. They could do that and allow for that to happen for the large part. And once again, I do want to say this. If the Mossad intelligence gathering forces are that good, how come they didn't see that Hamas was about to conduct an attack that would leave 2,000 Israeli civilians dead in 24 hours? That leads me to believe that there quite obviously are some intelligence gaps in the Mossad, and just because Israeli intelligence is Israeli does not mean it's infallible and perfect. They make a great deal of flaws, because if they were smart, they would have seen that attack coming, because there had been incredibly odd activity going on for quite some while in the Gaza Strip after the fact that they then stated, now that we look at it, if we had been paying attention and putting all the dots together, we would have known this attack was coming. But we didn't, and therefore it happened. That's what Mossad actually said after the attack occurred. Now we're seeing that in Syria, the Israelis have started to bomb the interim government without any notice, without any offensive action even being taken against the Israelis at this point to justify this. And now all we get from the Israelis is, oh, trust me, bro, it's a bad thing and we're doing something good here. And it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me at all, because when you actually sit back and think about it, if this new Syrian interim government was truly evil, why can't they just wait for them to strike? It's not like this country has some sort of a debilitating weapon that could be used against the Israelis. If they do anything, they're going to be conducting a ground attack towards the area of the DMZ at this point. So with that in mind, the Israelis could easily overpower and destroy the rebel forces, much like they did Hezbollah or Hamas, because the rebel forces are about as well equipped as Hezbollah or Hamas. So with that in mind, why did they already start to preemptively bomb them when no one really had an indication they were going to be anti-Israeli or anti-Western from the start? And a simple video of a couple of guys standing in the middle of Hicksville in Syria near a technical and reading off of a notepad saying that they're going to invade Jerusalem doesn't mean a hill of beans. There are loads of Russians who say that they're going to create a brand new Russian Nazi state. I'm highly doubting that that actually would happen. I'm sure that Putin has imperial ambitions, but a Nazi Russian state, probably unlikely. There are some Ukrainians, if I need to remind you all, back in 2014 that were quite literally fascist neo-Nazis that were fighting for the Ukrainian government and then were quickly rooted out by 2016. If we were to take these one-off examples of fringe people and extremists in every single country, one could extrapolate the worst stories imaginable from each and every one of them. But it simply is never the case or true, and you always have to dismiss these people as one-off lunatics, which is largely what most of them are. There's no reason to have believed at this point that the Syrian interim government was immediately going to start a unmitigated jihad against everyone in the region. It appears that even at this time, they're trying to take peaceful actions inside of their own borders, and they're not going around oppressing people at the moment, even inside of Syria, much less beyond their borders. So with that in mind...
Also, Enforcer as well, I see several people making this argument, which is actually not based in fact. Some people are saying you're forgetting about the chemical weapons in Syria, and how can you completely ignore that chemical weapons are literal WMDs? And you're correct. Like, the chemical weapons are a very big concern that the Assad regime had been using for quite some time, and they had quite an extensive stockpile and production facilities of chemical weapons. But Israel actually went in and conducted airstrikes in joint with the U.S. Air Force as well, and they took out the chemical weapons depots and also the production facilities as well. So as far as we're aware right now, the chemical weapons are now a moot point inside of Syria. But outside of those airstrikes, Israel started the ground invasion of Syria, and that was something that had nothing to do with taking out chemical weapons. That was already completed by the time the invasion had started. So there is no correlation between the two.
I would agree. There is no correlation in between the two. And also, really quickly, I just saw a comment that I want to address. Someone said, Enforcer just said Israel should just let them attack first before bombing them. That's exactly what I said. The reason why is that all Western countries operate off of a defensive ideology that we only attack when attacked. Very rarely do we ever conduct preemptive attacks or invasions of another country, and that is in very rare instances like the invasion of Iraq or in Afghanistan, where, well, in Afghanistan we claimed that they were harboring terrorists like Al-Qaeda, and Al-Qaeda had attacked the United States, so technically that was actually a defensive action that we conducted in invading Afghanistan, according to the logic that the United States government laid out. But the invasion of Iraq was a preemptive offensive invasion, and one of the few that we've ever conducted over the past really 100 years. The invasion of Iraq was conducted because we believed that they were creating weapons of mass destruction, and if we did not act immediately, the opportunity to destroy those weapons of mass destruction was going to pass, and the Saddam Hussein regime was going to become a nuclear armed power. That is one of the few times that we ever acted in an offensive measure in the modern day, and that was because we believed that the entire Middle East, and maybe even the entire world in the future, was going to be at the hands of an unstable Hussein regime armed with nuclear weapons. The Israelis are supposed to operate off of Western framework as well, and only respond when attacked. The United States did not declare war on Nazi Germany simply because we didn't like them. We responded and declared war on the Empire of Japan and Nazi Germany declared war on us as a sign of good favor to Japan, because Japan attacked Pearl Harbor, and then we declared war on the Japanese. We didn't enter World War I unprovoked. The Germans had sunk the Lusitania, killing hundreds of American citizens, and also had transmitted the Zimmer telegram, according to what we understand, to the Mexicans, telling them to declare war on the United States. For those two reasons, we declared war on Imperial Germany and Austria-Hungary during World War I. During the course of the Korean War, we saw that our ally, the South Koreans, which we had a defensive pact with at the time, was attacked, and then we responded by defending the South Koreans and then conducting an offensive invasion into North Korea. The Israelis cannot go around conducting preemptive attacks. The Western world works of a mindset that a country is always supposed to operate defensively and not offensively with waging war. The Israelis should have waited, like anyone would have, for them to be attacked first, because then they have an amazing justification to bomb the Syrians. It wouldn't even be a question on this channel at this point as to what they are doing in Syria would be right or not, because it would be 100% justified. They got attacked first, they responded. They started bombing the Syrians. That would have made sense. Right now, the Syrians had not bombed them, had not even fired a shot at the Israelis, and they're getting bombed just about daily at this point for nothing. And the only justification that we have at this point is that the Israelis say, trust me, bro, we feel kind of threatened, we're going to bomb them. And that's not a good justification to work off of, because many will remember that the Russian Federation used the exact same justification to bomb and invade Ukraine, which is still going on 3 years later and has costed at least 1 million lives. Wounded and killed over 1 million people. With that in mind, that means that we have to now reassess our entire rule book here, and offensive wars actually are fine, and we now can't have a problem with the Russian invasion because they felt threatened, and I guess Russia knows how to deal with their neighborhoods surrounding their borders. So if they invade anyone, that's 100% justified, because when the Israelis do it, it's totally fine now. That's what we cannot work off of. The Western world is always supposed to respond defensively. It is never supposed to act offensively. In case of it is a very special exception, and it is a do or die scenario like with the invasion of Iraq, or at least the information that we had at the time. So I hope that does address that fairly well. And also I see some people claiming that some Druze are wanting to be liberated from the new Syrians. Unfortunately, I gotta tell y'all, the worst thing probably people want to hear, that's not up for the Druze to decide in southern Syria. They are technically inside of the borders of the former Syrian Arab Republic. Their future will be decided by the interim government. The Israelis cannot justify, some people want to be a part of Israel, so we're going to invade southern Syria and take it for ourselves, because guess what? That is literally the exact same thing that the Russians said in Ukraine in 2014 and in 2022, and everyone says that's unjustified when the Russians do it, but for some reason people want to justify it when the Israelis do it. That is being hypocritical, and that is unjustified. It is also a violation of international law as well, for the large part. So I hope that addresses that the best I can.
And, you know, You know, another thing as well is I see some people saying, well, you know, Israel just wanted to go in and ensure that they had control to stop Iran from shipping weapons to Lebanon. And, you know, they can always invade later. Like, for example, if they decided to pursue negotiations right now with the new Syrian rebels, they could have simply gone in later if the Syrian rebels backed out and didn't honor their word, and they could have invaded then and just simply waited. It did not harm anything by waiting, because they could have simply come to an agreement with the rebels to stop the shipments coming from Iran. And if the rebels said, yeah, sure, like, we'll stop it. We're trying to go democratic and Western, and we'll agree to that, sure. But you need to provide something in return for us doing that. And Israel probably would have obliged that, and you would have had a really good situation on your hands. And also, generally, peace between the two countries, which would have been the first time in a very long time that that's happened. But Israel, trying to ensure the situation goes the way they want it, went in because mainly, honestly, the real reason why they did it is they knew they could get away with it. There was nothing the rebels could do to oppose them, and they knew it was an opportune time to do that, with the rebels pretty much being brand new and not knowing really what's going on. So they tried to blitz them, and in the process, they've now caused the Russians to stay. And that's a big travesty that the Russians are staying in Syria as a result of that, because once again, that only hurts Ukraine, and it certainly does not help anybody else.
Also, another thing I'd like to say really quickly as well is that there are some actions that the Israelis have taken so far that were justified. When the Assad regime still existed and was in the process of collapse, bombing the chemical weapons storage facilities was a very prudent move, and I believe that that was 100% a good measure. And we actually backed it up and supported it when it happened. We said that was a very good thing. Israel remilitarizing the DMZ in between them and Syria was not a bad move. That is 100% within their security interests and a very justified action, considering that the country that was bordering the DMZ was collapsing and literally collapsed pretty much overnight. That was a pretty justified move. However, conducting incursions beyond the DMZ into what's legally the Syrian Arab Republic, or the former Syrian Arab Republic, and endlessly conducting bombing campaigns against any military hardware inside of Syria at this point is only furthering ruining diplomatic relations and foreign relations, not only in between Israel and Syria, but also in between the United States and Syria as well. Once again, I want to leave this with this statement. If the new Syrian rebels that have taken over the country are truly bad people, what would it hurt if we gave them a little bit of time to actually prove that? There would still be time for us to react to them and start bombing them into oblivion if they clearly were bad, evil people. It doesn't make any sense to go and start bombing them from the outset, because we're only missing opportunities that may have arisen that would have been within Western interests if we had just sat back and allowed them to show themselves as either good people or bad people. That's largely what I want to put out there, because you always want to give your possible friends or enemies enough time to be able to make their decisions and to be able to make their moves, so that you can clearly see whether they're going to be good people or bad people before you start to decide to bomb them. Otherwise, you're just missing opportunities that could have passed you right by because you went straight to the sword instead of the pen. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my understanding. But with that, we are going to be moving on into the rest of the news that we were able to get out of the region, as we were able to hear that commercial flights will be resuming to Damascus here on Wednesday, which is very interesting to hear, actually this upcoming Wednesday. So it looks as though commercial airliner service is going to be returning to Damascus again, which at least is showing from a business perspective, they are assuming that the Syrian interim government is going to remain fairly stable, at least for now. We were also able to hear of the continued operations of the Israelis within the area of the Golan Heights, as we were able to hear that the Israeli forces have entered the town of Beit Jan on the foothills of Mount Hermon in Syria just today. And we were also able to get some video and picture evidence of the Israeli commanders touring the Golan Heights today. And here's the video footage. It's pretty foggy out there. I never realized how foggy the Golan Heights would be, but I guess it's the middle of winter, so it makes sense. But it's really bizarre to see that.
I like the truck over there, by the way. It's pretty nice. It's like, it looks like maybe a Land Rover Defender or something.
Yeah, it does. It actually does look pretty nice. And we can see them reviewing and inspecting the positions of the Israelis that have been taken inside of Syria and in the DMZ as well. Are those heat lamps?
Yep, those are heaters.
That's wild. Like, that's wild, man. Those are like Chick-fil-A space heater things. It's like, I've never seen that before. But anyways, moving on from that and out of the area, we were also able to hear somewhat more concerning news within northern Syria that it appears that the Russians might be able to keep their bases because negotiations are all across the place at this moment. But it does appear that due to the Israeli bombings, the Syrian interim government may allow the Russians to stay, as it does appear that they're kind of being pushed away from the Western bulwark and back towards the Russians and the Iranians, largely without any option. We were also able to hear that the Hezbollah commander, at least at the time, does state that they have lost their supply route through Syria at the moment, but they do assume that they might be able to reopen them due to the furthering and distancing of the new Syrian interim government and that of the Israelis through the actions of the Israelis largely bombing the Syrians and starting to already deteriorate relations in between the new Syrian government and that of Lebanon. Meanwhile, it does appear that while the situation in Syria may not be largely transpiring into Western interests due to actions that are appearing to be out of American control, at least at this time, we were able to hear that this has opened the path for the Israelis to start striking at Iranian nuclear research facilities again. And it does appear that the Iranians are fortifying such nuclear research and development facilities, such as the Natanz nuclear facility, as we are now seeing satellite and picture footage showing that the Iranians are beginning to fortify the position. This is something that we do believe the Israelis are going to be trying to conduct in the future, is a large air attack against the Islamic Republic of Iran, which would greatly be within Western and American interests, as it would largely be killing the Iranian nuclear weapons program while we can, ensuring that the Islamic Republic, a highly unstable government, is unable to secure and yield nuclear weapons in the future, or wield nuclear weapons in the future, against American or Western interests inside the region, and also against the state of Israel. Highly within Western interests, and of course we are hoping that the Israelis at this point will take the final action of destroying the remainder of the nuclear research and development sites and ensuring that the Islamic Republic of Iran does not pose a unbelievably severe threat within the region. Moving on out of the Middle East, though, and on out of Syria. Also, really quickly, before we do, though, there is a big question that has been asked of all of y'all. Iran has bolstered defenses around nuclear facilities like the Natanz facility in anticipation for Israeli strikes, and a lot of people are putting in their thoughts. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so a whopping 72% said Israel will strike the nuke sites, while 15% said they might strike later on, and 5% said Israel will not do that ever. And I have a feeling, since Netanyahu wanted to strike those in the last attack that Israel launched on Iran, a defensive attack that is, I think he will go ahead and do that into the future, probably in mid-January. And I think everybody knows why that reason probably is. Mid-January is another important date for something else here in the United States, and also will mark a turning point toward policy toward Israel that will certainly lean much more aggressive toward Iran. So I think they're waiting for that, and that will probably be the moment that Israel finally pulls the trigger and attacks these nuclear sites inside of Iran. Honestly, I think that is a good idea. I still don't think that attacking Syria was a good idea. I'll have to die on that hill somewhat, but I do see some good arguments in the live chat, though, like some good points. But I think attacking the nuke sites inside of Iran will be a very good move, and of course, that is a bit of an offensive action, but probably a very wise one, because Iran is certainly a rogue state, and that those nukes would propose a very big threat toward the Israelis if they allow that to stay. So I'm with a 72%, but Enforcer, what say you?
Really quickly, actually, to answer that question, I'd say that Israel will strike the nuclear sites, and they should. And I also saw a very interesting comment from someone in the comment section, which we're going to take a moment to address right here. John Bernard said, wait, what? You're literally justifying why Israel bombed Syrian weapons depots by now celebrating the idea of taking out Iranian nuclear sites? Be consistent. Now, let's explore that really quickly. So, I am against Israel bombing Syria because Syria did not go to war or take any offensive actions where they shot at Israel. So I'm largely against them doing the bare minimum of occupying the DMZ and then also destroying the chemical weapons depots while they were still under control of the Bashar al-Assad regime, because that was an incredibly dangerous situation that those chemical weapons were now being held in. They could have been used at any moment against anyone, so destroying them was a prudent and necessary action. However, there is a major difference here in between what happened in Syria and what happened in Iran. Iran has shot at Israel first. When Israel went out of its way to start invading southern Lebanon and striking at Hezbollah, which had supported Hamas in their massacre of around 2,000 Israeli citizens, the very beginning of this action being conducted by Iranian proxies, the Iranians then responded in support of their proxies by launching an attack against the state of Israel, firing approximately 100 ballistic missiles at the state of Israel, along with hundreds of drones back in April of this year. Many people may remember that. Maybe some people's memories are short term and people forget about that kind of stuff quickly, but technically a war is still ongoing right now in between Iran and Israel. It's just low intensity because neither side has a direct physical ground connection with the other to pretty much conduct endless frontline fighting with. So that's why the war seems to be non-existent. However, Israel and Iran, by no means, are not a state of peace right now. They are in a state of war. The Israelis are going to continue the war by now striking back at Iran once more and knocking out these nuclear research and development facilities that have always been a target of the Israelis pretty much since the first Iranian attack against Israel in early April of 2024. So with that in mind, we are being consistent. The Iranians did fire the first shot at the Israelis, and that is why they are now seeing that possibly their Iranian nuclear weapon sites are going to be destroyed, as opposed to Syria, where Syria has not even fired a single rifle round towards the Israelis at this point, and yet they're being bombed day in and day out. There's a really big difference in between the two. Not only that, but this is one of those rare, dangerous situations where the West does have to act offensively because the Iranians are producing a weapon of mass destruction. This is why you always have to keep in mind that sometimes, in very, very few but justified instances, one must take offensive action in the West. If it looks like a country is going to violate the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Act and begin to produce nuclear weapons of their own, we have to operate with swift and aggressive action to be able to destroy their abilities to produce nuclear weapons. If we allow them to possess or wield a nuclear weapon, we will never be able to stop that. Again, they will be able to produce nuclear weapons to an unlimited degree at that point, and it is a highly unstable and dangerous government against Western interests and American interests in the region that must be stopped. That means that we are not able to achieve a diplomatic resolution to that situation, and we must conduct aggressive and swift action to destroy their abilities to produce nuclear weapons. That is really why, in this situation, even if the Iranians had not fired first, the Israelis are justified in destroying nuclear weapons and research development sites. That is 100% justified whether there was an ongoing war, which there is right now between Israel and Iran, or not. However, the situation with the Syrians is entirely different because there is no ongoing war. Israel was not attacked first by the Syrians, and it is a completely different situation for that point. So I hope that does address that incredibly well, and I hope that does answer your question, or more so demand for us to be consistent, because I believe that we are being inconsistent. I think that you're just simply forgetting that Israel and Iran are at war due to an Iranian attack on Israel that happened back in April. But anyways, moving on from that and out of the region, it is time for us to move on really quickly into some very brief news. We're not going to talk about this for long. We were able to hear that the National Assembly did vote to impeach Yoon Suk-yeol today, and Yoon Suk-yeol has announced that he will be resigning the office of the President of the Republic of Korea here very soon. It does appear that finally the National Assembly has been able to take action against the President, and he will be removed from office for the failed coup attempt that was conducted several weeks ago. Moving on from that, though, and out of South Korea, it is now time for us to finally move on into the long-awaited segment that so many people have been looking for, which is the unidentified drone segment inside the northern area of the United States. It does appear that drones are continuing to proliferate throughout the entire region, with spottings now happening all the way up in the area of Cape Cod in Massachusetts and all the way down to Andrews Joint Air Force Base inside, just outside of Washington, D.C. We were able to hear today an actual transcript or a recording made of the air traffic control tower at Andrews Air Force Base, as it does appear that they spotted some of the unidentified drones within the area of the air base's security perimeter. Here is the audio recording from the air traffic controller today.
A drone here in Zone 3, approximately 600 feet high.
A long silence ensues.
Muscle, power muscle 2, actually it seems like three different drone size entities in Zone 3.
We now see that they've identified 3 drones. They do identify that all of them have navigational lights on at the time.
Guardian, do you have an aircraft hovering over Upper Marlboro?
At this moment, by the way, they are checking with the police department, the local police department, to see if they have a helicopter that's in the area at that time, to see if they can ascribe the presence of some of the navigational lights, at least, to the police department that's in the local area operating one of their helicopters. We now see that apparently the local police department has actually been able to get a helicopter out to where the drones are.
I'm asking about the traffic at 12 o'clock, 6 miles in your airspace, about 2,000 feet. Do you have it, or 1,500 feet? Do you have it? All right, well, we're going to see what it is.
We're now seeing that they're trying to go out and identify the unidentified drones.
So the drones that we were seeing, so we had a few drones high, about 900 feet MSL, and then 2 drones low, maybe about 600 feet MSL. They were in zone 3, hovering around Route 2, right as you make the turn along the river.
And it sounds as though at this time, to try and get you a little bit better a geolocation of what they're talking about here, it sounds as though this was near to join Air Force Base Andrews, but they may have been somewhere around Zone 3 close to the Potomac, as they mention a river, and the only river within the area is that of the Potomac. So it seems as though they were off in the distance, somewhere around Temple Hills or Oxon Hill, being spotted by the air traffic controller at Joint Base Andrews, just outside of Washington, D.C. And that's the end of that clip.
You know, I've also heard that apparently these drones are not popping up on thermal imaging like FLIR systems. They're apparently, according to reports, not showing up there, which is kind of weird because usually drones do emit some sort of heat signature, but apparently these are not. And also, I'm not sure how fast that helicopter can go, but apparently the drones are outspeeding the helicopter. So do we know, like, what's the top speed of that police helicopter?
I'm not exactly sure. I think that one's a little bit low, somewhere around 120 miles per hour, because it looks something along the lines of a modified OH-6 Little Bird of a sort, or a Loach. So it looks like it may have been capable of around 120 miles per hour, possibly.
Interesting. And those drones are reportedly car size as well. So for a car size drone to be moving that quickly and be able to accelerate that fast, that's some pretty powerful drones.
It is a very interesting kind of a thing, and once again, we are starting to hear that once again, because I do see some people stating that they believe that this is actually a grand conspiracy theory of a sort, and there really isn't anything going on, or you know, it's fallen angel tech or a UFO. We do know that these are drones. That is 100% verified at this point. There really is no question about it. Every single person that's been involved in this so far, local police departments, state governments, are claiming that these are unidentified drones that are in the area. They are not the work of the angels. It's not the Nephilim. It's not it's not aliens. These are drones. We don't know who's operating them at this time, but they are 100% drones that are of a terrestrial origin, if you want to call it that. They are from this planet. But we were able to hear that the governor of New York today has requested federal support in trying to identify and stop the unidentified drone appearances within their skies. We were able to get a statement by the governor of the state of New York today on additional drone activity. And this is what they said. Last night, the runways at Stewart Airfield were shut down for approximately 1 hour due to drone activity in this airspace. This has gone too far. In mid-November, I directed the New York State Intelligence Center to actively investigate drone sightings and coordinate with federal law enforcement to address this issue, and those efforts are ongoing. But in order to allow state and law enforcement to work on this issue, I'm now calling on Congress to pass the Counter-UAS Authority, Security, Safety, and Reauthorization Act. This bill would reform legal authorities to counter UAS and strengthen the FAA's oversight of drones, and would extend counter UAS activities to select state and local law enforcement agencies. Extending these powers...
Do we really have to pass a new bill to attend to this? It's like, do we really need more bills being passed like that?
Yeah,
it's surely like, you know, can we just address it within the framework that we have? Why do we have to put more restrictions on people?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I don't know why we need a new act to be passed for that. I feel like that's going a little far. I mean, honestly, you know, we could just have the FBI go up there with authority to shoot the drones down, and they could just figure out what it is without having to pass a new bill. Like, and also, that would be a monolithic kind of a thing, because there would be negotiations. People wouldn't like what's in the bill, because it's probably about 700 pages long, and includes a whole bunch of stuff that isn't about drones. And so there would be a load of fighting and argument on that. It would take months, and by that time, the situation may have passed. I believe that we just need to have the office of the president approve the use of federal resources, and also give pretty much the abilities to local law enforcement as well as federal forces in the area to be able to shoot down some of the drones and try and identify what they are from the debris, as long as they're not over a populated area when being shot down. But nevertheless, extending these powers to the New York State and our peers is essential. Until those powers are granted to state and local officials, the president must step in by directing additional federal law enforcement to New York and the surrounding region to ensure the safety of our critical infrastructure and our people. I'll have to be honest with y'all here, I don't really like the wordage of this, because it's like, oh, boo-hoo, you know, like, we have to ask the president for something. Why not just pass a new law that possibly may restrict airspace even further for private citizens to use with their own commercial drones, so that way we can try and deal with the situation as a state government. It simply would be dealt with if the office of the president would allow for the provisions of more equipment and federal personnel into the area to be able to deal with the drones and learn more about them. That would be a very easy thing to do. So I don't know why this is the specific way that the governor is requesting for help in the state of New York, because I believe that the state of New Jersey's request for help, which we covered yesterday, was far more respectful and also understanding of the balance of power that exists in between the federal government and the state government, working in unison and not trying to have one usurp the other's authority over the airspace of the United States. But moving on from that, and on into the area of Cape Cod, we were also able to hear from the town of Harwich that there has been a police report of drone activity in this area as well, made officially by the Harwich Police Department overnight, as we were able to hear that on December 12th of 2024, a resident of Harwich called to report unknown drone activity over her residence. The resident reported going outside around 9 p.m., where she observed 10 to 15 drones. The resident could not hear the drones, but stated they were very bright, and she observed these for over an hour. At that same night, around 6 p.m., an off-duty Harwich officer also notified similar drone activity near the public safety complex on Sisson Road. We have forwarded all information we have received to the Boston FBI and the Massachusetts State Police. We will continue to work with our state and federal partners. These drones are similar to the ones reported over the last couple of weeks over New Jersey, New York, and most recently over Connecticut. So it does appear that there now seems to be a larger rash of drones that are now starting to span the entire northeastern corridor from Washington to Boston at this point, and practically everywhere in between. The exact origin of the drones is still unknown at the moment, and the actual group that is operating the drones is once again unknown as well. But still, it is captivating public attention due to the mystery and the unknown surrounding these drones, their origin, and the reason why they are continuing to fly around pretty much unimpeded within the areas of the northeastern United States. And a lot of people are still throwing in questions about what their, or really more so their opinions on what is actually going on. And a lot of people are starting to believe and perceive, due to the lack of information and the evasiveness of the drones, that the drones are a credible and serious threat to national security interests within the area of the northeastern United States. Some others are saying that it seems odd, but they need additional detail. Some people are even believing that the drones are simply a hoax, possibly a rash of public pandemonium in the area due to the original drone reports made within northern New Jersey, and that they pose really no credible threat to the public or the national security interests of the United States at all, and others are unsure and undecided. Nevertheless, a load of people are having a load of comments to make on this at the moment. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so 55% said the drones are real and it's a real threat to national security, while 21% said it seems a bit odd, but I need some more details, and 14% said the drones are a hoax and no threat whatsoever. And right now, in my opinion, I don't think we can really rule anything out, because we really don't have any credible information as to what these are, and we really don't have any credible video evidence of what these even look like. But one thing is for certain, it looks like everybody is in agreement that the drones are a real threat, and it's unknown what they're here for or who controls them or anything. It could be U.S. government drones. It could be foreign adversaries flying them. We simply do not know right now. But one thing's for certain, it looks like the governors are getting fed up with the lack of information coming from the federal government. And one thing that I am certain about is I'm very certain that it appears that the federal government does have information that the states do not have about the drones, and they are not being forthcoming with that information based on all the statements being given from New Jersey, New York, and other state governors and legislators. It sounds like they're convinced that the government has information that is not being shared. So for some reason, they are keeping it secret, and I really have no idea why. Maybe it is our drones and we're not trying to blow the lid on that, or maybe it's a threat from outside that is so serious that they don't want to panic the public and they want to try to deal with it in private. So I'm with the 55%. But Enforcer, what say you?
Really quickly, I do want to find, so the Stewart Airfield was closed down for a while due to the presence of these drones. So let me see if I can find the Stewart Airfield in New York really quickly and see where that is. So this is the Stewart Airfield, which is near to West Point, actually. West Point Military Academy is right down here. So this was somewhere along the Hudson River, and according to the statement from the governor of the state of New York, the Stewart International Airport was actually closed for approximately an hour and a half to 2 hours due to the presence of drones around the proximity of the airport, completely stopping aircraft from landing and taking off during that period of time. Not only that, there's an Air National Guard base here as well that appears to be a strategic airlift wing housing C-17 Globemasters. Once again, a violation of at least state security interest in this particular instance. And in a more pragmatic sense, it is affecting state commerce at this moment within the area of the state of New York, and possibly commerce within other areas of the Northeast as well. Due to the fact that these unidentified drones are beginning to become a nuisance for the conducting of commerce and local economy within this region of the United States, I would say that they are posing enough of a threat to the continued economic activity of this region that federal resources should be allocated wherever necessary to be able to deal with the drone threat, identify the actual issue, and also begin to remove these drones from our skies so that way in northeastern commerce can continue on as normal. The disruption of airports, which is a vital logistical function of the United States of America, is something that should be taken into serious consideration, and these drones should be dealt with immediately. Another thing that is starting to show us that this is not necessarily more so innocent or mundane action of that of a bored hobbyist or someone else who doesn't have any real major stake, or maybe even the U.S. government testing a drone, is that they would not be testing them so recklessly as to be entering the airspace around an active international airport and shut it down for nearly an hour or two because an aircraft is flying through. They would simply issue a NOTAM if that was the case. So with this in mind, it does appear to me that this is starting to affect the national economy, and that these drones should be dealt with by the federal government and state governments in unison, effective immediately. That would be my opinion. But nevertheless, we will see how this ends up going, because beyond that, it is simply what it is. But moving on from that, we are now going to be moving on into Ukraine again, because it actually is time for us, in one of our longest news segments that we've ever had recently, to finally get to the speech from President Volodymyr Zelenskyy here on day 1025 of the war. And so without further ado, here is the speech. Speech!
Give me a speech. I want speech now, please.
He's starting to give slightly longer speeches these days again. Thank the Lord. But here's the speech.
Дорогі українці, українки, сьогодні вже є попередні дані про те, що росіяни почали застосовувати в штурмах солдатів з Північної Кореї. Помітну кількість. Росіяни включають їх у зведені підрозділи та використовують в операціях у районах Курської області. Поки що тільки там. Але ми маємо інформацію про те, що можливе застосування і на інших ділянках фронту. Втрати серед цієї категорії вже теж помітні. Фактично Москва втягнула в цю війну ще одну державу. Причому втягнула максимально. І якщо це не ескалація, то що тоді ескалація, про яку багато хто говорив? Саме Путін робить кроки, які розширюють та продовжують цю війну. Саме він відштовхує можливість миру. І він хоче, щоб і в Азії у світу додалось проблем. Саме для цього росіяни навчають Північну Корею сучасній війні. І, очевидно, Москва ігнорує заклики всіх країн, від Китаю та Бразилії до багатьох інших, щодо необхідності робити все для деескалації. Якщо немає жорсткої реакції світу, Росія робить війну гірше. Завжди так. Ми будемо захищатись, в тому числі проти цих північнокорейців. Ми будемо і надалі діяти скоординовано з усіма нашими партнерами, щоб цю війну зупинити. Зупинити надійно, гарантованим миром. Наступного тижня будемо говорити в Європі щодо спільної роботи, санкцій проти Росії, підтримка нашої оборони, інвестиції у спільну оборону Європи і сильна дипломатія заради миру. Це те, що має збільшуватись кожного тижня, аби в наступному році всі разом з партнерами ми змогли досягти нашої головної мети. Сьогодні ж, після доповідей наших урядовців, погодили роботу щодо Сирії. Перш за все, гуманітарну та безпекову роботу, те, як ми можемо допомогти стабілізації. Для України це важливо. Чим більш спокійною буде ситуація у таких регіонах, тим активніше світ зможе допомагати нам встановити мир. Ми готові допомогти Сирії із недопущенням продовольчої кризи, зокрема завдяки гуманітарній програмі «Зерно з України» – «Grain from Ukraine». Я дав доручення уряду налагодити постачання продовольства у співпраці з міжнародними організаціями і тими партнерами, які можуть посприяти. І ми закликаємо всіх у світі зараз підключитись до стабілізаційних зусиль заради того, щоб війна понад десятиліття тому розпалена в Сирії, розпалена за участю Ірану, Росії, щоб ця війна нарешті припинилась. Ще одне. У ніч на сьогодні росіяни застосували проти нашої держави ще понад 100 ударних дронів. На щастя, більшість з них не досягли своїх цілей, були збиті, відведені ребом. Я хочу зараз подякувати усім нашим мобільним вогневим групам, які щоночі, які щодня захищають Україну. І усім нашим іншим воїнам підрозділів ППУ. А також всім, хто розробляє наші системи РЕБ, хто виробляє їх, хто постачає їх у війська. Ваша робота рятує багато життів завдяки протидії шахедам і через захист від інших видів дронів. Я дякую кожному і кожній, хто працює заради України. Слава нашим воїнам, слава усьому нашому народові. Слава Україні!
And Hiram Slava.
And Hiram Slava.
And with that, that is the end of the speech from President Volodymyr Zelenskyy. And that rounds out the day 1025 news summary. And I have to thank you all for enjoying the incredible news that we have to share with each and every one of you. And I also have to thank you all massively for enjoying this channel and helping us to keep this thing running. Because if it wasn't for all of you all, this channel would not be possible, and we would not have the chance to cover the news up until the real piss, the long-lasting piss, is able to be achieved. But nevertheless, I have to give a massive shout-out, an incredible shout-out to the 9,000 people who are here tonight. That is 9,000 people who get their news from the greatest news channel in the world, the Enforcer Media Channel. And I also have to thank the 63,000 people who have watched this incredible show so far tonight, because if it was not for all of you, we would not be able to make this channel possible. But still, with that, we have so much more to go. Please make sure to stay around, because I, the Enforcer, and President Zelenskyy will be making sure to talk to as many of you as I can. And I want to make sure that you all know that we greatly enjoy you being here for the question segment. Please make sure to stay, and it's a great time. You will stay. And Matthew, take it away.
All right, so you'll give me the chance. I'm gonna take you right into the question segment. And our first one here, guess what? From the Super Chat segment is gonna go to Peace with War, who puts in a $100 donation. And thank you very much, Peace with War, for the largest Super Chat of the night. And We appreciate that very much. That is very generous, and I sadly do not see a comment attached with it, so nothing to address. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you for the insanely massive support. Peace with Wire. And I got to thank you for helping this channel to keep on running, because if it was not for folks like you, we would not be able to make this thing possible day in and day out. You are one of the folks who helped to make this thing possible. And while you didn't throw in a comment, we greatly appreciate the support, especially during this holiday season. Because if it wasn't for folks like you who massively supported this channel, we would not be able to have peace with war and war with peace and everything vice versa. And we wouldn't be able to talk about them drones, because people love them drones. I mean, they really do. But still, thank you so much once again for helping this channel to keep on running, because if it was not for folks like you, we simply would not be able to make this thing possible. And so with that, thank you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
All right, and moving away from that very generous super chat from Peace with War, we're moving on to our next one here, which goes to Jocelyn White, who puts in a $25 donation. And thank you very much, Josh, for that support once again. And I hope the coffee business is going good, by the way. And they said for making it through the dark days, and take one from the chat, and LLT LSA.
And thank you so much for the incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you for really congratulating us on getting through the dark days. The dark days are good and well behind this channel these days. And I got to thank you so much for sticking with us the entire time that we've been going through those dark days, because there really have been some darker days out there that have plagued this channel like a disease. But we have broken free of those chains, and we continue to do what we must, which is cover the news each and every day in the most factually accurate way we can. And I got to thank you so much, Jocelyn White, for being here with us pretty much every single step of the way, and being one of the old guards that has seen this channel true and true. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, because if it was not for folks like you, we would simply not be able to make this thing possible. And so with that, we're about to move on to the next one, and I just saw Tom Wolf, Matthew, say, oh yeah, the Enforcer, do Matt's voice. That's actually something crazy right there. That's an interesting request, because I think it's impossible for Matthew to impersonate me, like, accurately, and it's impossible for me to impersonate him. We try and do it off air every once in a while to each other, but we never get it down. We both sound like we're making caricatures of each other, and it's not really accurate at all. And so I can't actually do that. When it sounds like it wouldn't be that hard to do, because a lot of people say that our voices are pretty similar. It's just that mine's higher pitch because I bump myself up an octave. Matthew pretty much talks the way he does on stream as he does in real life. It's like the same tone and pitch. But I bump mine up a good octave, so that way it sounds a lot more articulate. Well, not articulate. It's really hard for me to convey emotions and tone in my normal speaking volume. Matthew can tell y'all, because after I talk for a while, everyone's like, damn, that's monotone. And so I have to bump it up an octave, so that way I can go higher and I can go lower while I'm talking. And so that way it actually gives a little bit of range to my voice. Matthew can do that naturally at his normal speaking volume and level. I can't. So I have to kind of change the way I talk on air to make it sound a little bit better. So with that,
I hope that addresses that fairly well with that. And with that, we're moving on to the next one.
Well, that kind of sounded like me a little bit, actually. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. All right. Good evening, folks. But anyways, with that.
Good evening, folks. That's right. Yes, sir. Say it. That's the trademark phrase. I heard somebody out there was taking a shot at how I say folks. And I tell you what, it's fine. Like, I accept it, folks. Like, I understand. The folks is not for everybody, but I love the folks. And the folks will always be at the beginning of the Enforcer Matt videos. That's the one thing you can guarantee. Whenever you click the video of Enforcer Matt, you'll hear folks right at the very beginning of it. It's a trademark.
And also, John Garner said, you were definitely not monotone. Believe me, really quickly, I'm going to see, because usually when I'm on stream, I just, like, by default, can never get out of the whole high pitch thing. Let me talk the way I would normally talk really quickly, because this is how I actually talk. It's a very monotone kind of a thing. There's no fluctuations involved at all, and it just sounds very straight to the point, and it honestly sounds very demure as well. Really, honestly, melancholic nearly. It doesn't even sound like there's any emotion at all in my voice, and this is the way I actually talk normally off air. So when I'm talking to Matthew and he's saying something like, oh, look, like a drone went down, I'll be like, oh, really, is that right? And I'll be like, I don't know about that, and I'll talk like this. So this is the actual way that I talk without doing any changes to my voice, really. So it is incredibly monotone, and if y'all heard that endlessly, it would drag on and on. It would get really old really quickly. So that's why I don't talk this way on air, and also it's a lot quieter.
Also, I try not to talk like this on the air, because if I talk like this every day, I'd be blowing out the bass in your speakers. I can't do it.
Man, bring out the bass. But with that, I hope that does kind of let y'all know a little bit of how I talk. And I used to talk like that way back at the beginning of the show, but over time, I found out how to make it a little bit louder, make it a little bit more higher pitch, and then fluctuate it as I talk, so that way it doesn't sound boring as hell to listen to that. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can and give you a little bit of an understanding of actually how monotone I normally am, because I changed that a lot for the show. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And if anything ever goes south with YouTube, I'm going to go back to my old job talking about Arby's. We have the meats. I have to just go back to that old gig. I'm sure they got that one warmed up and waiting for me, even though I never had it. But moving on here to our next one. This one goes to Wabba, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Wabba, for that $20 support. Hey! And Wabba says, $20 to not talk about drones over New Jersey. Please, I'm begging. I'm sorry, Wubba. I'm sorry. Sadly, we had to talk about the drones because the drones are a pressing issue. I understand, like, seriously speaking, Wubba, I know, like, that was a joke, but also at the same time, you're kind of serious. I understand why people don't want to hear about the drones because for literally decades now, we've heard this crazy UFO talk from different crazy conspiracy theorist type people, and we're already primed to think there's nothing to it because everybody that's crazy talks about drones and aliens knocking at the door like literally every other day. But there actually is something to this one. Like, I'm convinced there is something to it. We simply don't know what it is. It could end up being mundane, like our government's performing some operation for military purposes, or it could be something a little bit more sinister, like a foreign power. But I'm convinced that something is going on. We'll probably find out within probably a month, I would assume, of what it actually is, because surely it's going to be exposed pretty soon. But Enforcer, what say you?
Really quickly, though, I do want to bring up the typical person I think of whenever I think of the whole, like, unidentified objects in the sky kind of a thing. This guy, you already know him, Matthew. You're gonna be
control.
Yeah, let's let everyone hear it so that we all know what I always think about, and this is why, like, I always get like, oh my god, like I get exasperated a lot talking about it because a lot of people come out of the woodworks that are like this guy.
Whose name, or let us say, whose identity is Corton.
Oh god.
This is Central Control. This is Central Control.
This is terrible. This is what I think about whenever I think of alien people, or anyone who talks about anything unidentified that's flying. That's why like covering this news segment is like a nails on a chalkboard to me, because I just cannot stand some of the people, not all of the people, but some of the people who come out of the woodworks talking about this stuff, because it's never founded in reality to me. It's always like this fictitious stuff. And some of y'all may not know of the fictitious world of conspiracy theories. I've actually kind of looked at it a little bit before, and there's this one thing that a lot of people nowadays really love to gather around, which is esoteric knowledge, which is this whole sham world, and I'll explain the definition: intended for or likely to be understood only by a small number of people with a specialized knowledge or interest. And the thing about this is that it's not at all philosophical, like an esoteric philosophical debate. I feel like that's an oxymoronic statement, because anyone I've ever seen talking about esoteric shit is always like some of the most ignorant people I've ever seen. Like that's just my honest truth for that. Let me go get y'all let me go get y'all some of the most common conspiracy theories in America, and I'll show y'all some of them that you'll see commonly popping up. So let's see here. List of conspiracy theories. We want this. There we go. Look at that. The eye on top of the pyramid on the dollar bill is like the first one, man.
The top conspiracy theory right now about the drone situation. This one's been floating around for years, actually. But it's called Project Bluebeam, and it's allegedly where the government stages a UFO attack, so that way they can take control of the government for themselves, like some type of deep state apparatus or something like that. That's currently like the prevailing like conspiracy theory.
That's interesting. Also, here's a couple of good ones right here. The chemtrails one. This one is absolutely hilarious to me because you see right here, this is a jet aircraft at high altitude. Now, what's interesting about jet aircraft at high altitude is, well, really any engine at high altitude, is that the air up in this area is incredibly thin. And it's also a freezing cold up there. So when aircraft are flying at 30,000 feet, the external temperature outside the aircraft can be in the negatives in Fahrenheit. Or for anyone using Celsius, it's also in the negatives as well. Or really anyone in Fahrenheit, it may be a little bit around like less than 10 degrees to -20. For people using Celsius, is around like -5 to -20 or something along those lines. But nevertheless, because of the major temperature difference in between the jet engines and the extremely cold atmosphere up there, the hot air that's coming out of the jet engines, due to how they just naturally function, leaves a water vapor trail, because the water vapor immediately crystallizes pretty much once it exits the back of the jet engine, and it creates these trails of pretty much crystallized water. It pretty much turns into ice up there for the large part, or some form of a steam. But nevertheless, that is what a contrail is. Some people believe in this crazy, fictitious, crazy, insane conspiracy theory world that every single contrail in the world, or only a select few of them, are actually a special kind of chemical used by the US government only to put some sort of mind control thing or something like that, or control the weather through these chemtrails. That's what they call them, at least. It's absolutely insane and asinine, because that means that literally any aircraft in history was laying out a chemtrail that got above an altitude high enough to create a contrail. It's a ridiculous thing. And also, the thing is that they say, oh my god, it consists of chemical and biological agents, and it's supposed to change the weather. It's like, there's already such a thing as cloud seeding, and it's not done this way. So that's just a ridiculous claim, because like the technology does exist, but then people don't know a lot, and they're fairly ignorant, and so then they just go off of, oh my god, they're controlling the weather by flying around a commercial airliner. And it's also like, why in the world would a private company like Delta, for say, just to pick one, allow for one of their own planes to be used that way? Is there some sort of like a government fund, according to these conspiracy theorists, that I guess would just be publicly distributed to the airlines that do the most cloud seeding, or whatever they're calling it? I mean, like, it doesn't make any sense at all from an administrative level. But let's see here.
And also, where would they put all the chemicals? In the storage hole or something? I thought they had to transport the suitcases and cargo and stuff like that.
I don't know. Apparently, I guess they put it in the fuel, because that's what, mixes in the jet engines, I suppose. I don't really know how the theory works. But then again, at the same time, it's like, isn't that affecting the combustion rate of the jet fuel if you're polluting it with some form of a contaminant to create the chemical trail? Like, it doesn't make any sense at all. Anyone who would have any basic engineering knowledge or knowledge of how a jet engine works would know that that just does not make any sense. But anyways, moving on from that and into some other interesting ones. The JFK assassination is a pretty interesting one. A lot of people have actually started to really believe this one, because it, of course, claims that there were some connections to the mafia that ended up getting JFK killed. And a lot of people always believe that it is kind of weird that a bullet ended up changing direction 9 times in the midst of this small area in the limo to get him. So this one, I mean, it's a conspiracy generally, because no bullet travels like that, just kinetically. It doesn't make any sense. But moving on from that, let me see if I can get y'all some other ones that are fairly interesting. Oh, the New World Order, that's a great one. That one's existed forever. It's ridiculous, honestly. It suggests that the entire world is being controlled by a shadow government, and they all go out to this little park in California called the Bohemian Grove to all hang out and chant around some wooden owl statue. The Bohemian Grove thing is a real thing, just to let y'all know. Like, there is a little hangout thing that happens at the Bohemian Grove, but it's honestly just that. It's a hangout group. It's probably nothing more beyond that. And I believe Nixon went to it, and he had nothing good to say about it. So I'm assuming that it's probably not that good, because Nixon just came back from the first time he went, and he never went back again ever in his life. So I'm assuming that it wasn't really anything big. It was just some goofiness going on in the woods. As many people like to know,
they praise a big owl out there. They put a fire around the base of this big owl, and they start chanting some weird stuff. That's what I've heard.
Yeah. And, oh, buddy, George Soros. We've actually, this one's one we know personally, because a lot of crazy people came onto the channel in its early days and tried to say that we were being funded by George Soros, who is this rich guy that for some reason some people want to say he is just the Antichrist incarnate, and he uses his money to sow poison in the world. I can promise you I've never been paid by George Soros, otherwise we wouldn't have to be receiving super chats, because we would be well off. So I know that we are not funded by George Soros, and I know that this conspiracy theory is stupid as hell, because people immediately came out of the woodworks and said that we were funded by George Soros. Let's see here. I want to see if there's any other ones. Oh yeah, the birds are fake. That's one that's actually started to pick on started to pick up lately, is that pretty much every bird in America is fake and it's a government drone, or I believe there's a specific breed of pigeon that is a government drone and there's no such thing as a real bird. I guess that's just like city slickers that have never seen a bird get plastered on the road because it flew in front of a car and got slammed and it turned into like a fleshy paste on the road below the car. I guess that's from those people because like I've never seen a bird that has been a drone. That one's ridiculous. But let's see here. Let me see if I can find some others. We're not going to cover these because YouTube probably wouldn't like if we talked about those. But let's see here. Hang on. No, buddy.
Racism. That's not a conspiracy theory.
Let's see. Oh no. No. When you look at that, that is like
okay.
that is one of those ongoing conspiracy theory things that you know about, like because it's been talked about a good bit. Let's see here. Let me see if I can find y'all some others. Oh yeah, false flags. Everything's a false flag these days. Nothing's ever real. Like if a hurricane comes through, the government made the hurricane hit North Carolina because so and so hates North Carolinians, so they wanted to kill them all with a hurricane when they could have just like genocided them or something. Anyways, moving on from that, false flags are always incredible because nothing's ever real anymore. Everything's a false flag. Something can happen in America and it's immediately attributed to the government. Like someone could crash in a plane, like a rock star or something, and they're going to say, instead of it just being, pilot error or some sort of a failure of the plane, the public's immediately going to go to, it was a false flag, so that way the government could justify doing this, or something along those lines. That's usually a very common one these days. 9/11 is a pretty common one. There's a conspiracy theory that the whole thing was fake, and jet fuel can't melt steel beams, which is a great idea, and that's true, but it can also compromise the structural integrity of steel due to it being heat tampered, and also losing its structural integrity for that reason. So, anyone who knows anything about metallurgy would know that. Anyways.
Also, they said the Clinton body count conspiracy theory. My God, that's a hell of a name for a conspiracy theory right there.
Gee, I think there's actually two called that. There, I think there's one when he was in the Oval Office, and there was the other one when he was out. But anyways, oh man, let's see. I'm trying to see if I can find some others. Here's the deep state one again. Also, there is let's see. This one's a fairly common conspiracy theory as well. I can personally say, though, that going through college, this is fairly believable because there are a lot of college professors who are kind of low-key Marxist, and they will try and, kind of get everyone on board with it. But that's one that kind of is a little interesting, but still largely untrue. It's just that for some reason academics kind of just lean towards being, kind of pinks a little bit, to be entirely honest. But nevertheless, there's a deep state one. Oh yeah, this is a great one. This one actually deals with our literal exact topic of news every single night. But anyways, we won't cover that one too much. There's also this one as well, and also involving in Ukraine. Let's see here. There's a lot of Turkish ones, actually, but we're not going to cover those because that would be foreign to pretty much the entire audience. Let's see here. Let's see. Let me get that one. Geez, do you see that, Matthew, in the live chat?
Oh, no, I was actually reading the screen. Let me go back and look. Oh, my God, man, that's foul.
Yeah, man, that's why we got to get them, man. Like, we got to get them fast. But let's see here. Dang, there's a million of these, man. I just noticed we're only like halfway down the page. Oh, that's one we can't talk about at all. YouTube doesn't like that. There's also this one as well. Like, oh, wait a minute. This one is the best. Fluoridation. I have to tell you all about this one. This one's crazy. Water fluoridation is the controlled addition of fluoride to a public water supply to reduce tooth decay. Fluoride is a very important part of mitigating tooth decay. And also, just to let you know, the amount of fluoride that's normally in tap water is a wildly minuscule amount per gallon. Although many dental health organizations support it, some conspiracy theorists claim that it is a way to dispose of industrial waste, or that it exists to obscure a failure to provide dental care to the poor. A further theory promoted by the John Birch Society in the 1960s described fluoridation as a communist plot to weaken the American population, and it was famously the main motivator in the movie Dr. Strangelove, because Colonel Jack the Ripper, seen here in the picture on the left holding a 1919 machine gun, went crazy because he believed that the communist government was conducting a plot of subversion by fluoridating the water supply, and just by having fluoride in your system, you would turn into a commie. And so he ordered the nuclear bombers to go nuke the Soviet Union in the movie. And people still believe the whole thing about fluoride to this day. One thing I always find interesting about this, however, is that somehow everyone who believes the fluoridation conspiracy theory drinks the same water as everyone else, as pretty much all the water in the United States is fluoridated, and yet somehow they're able to see the communist plot still drinking the same fluorinated water as everyone else, but according to them, there's people who have the fluoride stare or something like that, and they've been completely fluoridated. It's like, well, you're getting the same intake of fluoride as they do, so what's the difference? Because you can't really remove fluoride from the water, you can't really filter it out. But anyways, moving on from that one, let's see. Oh yeah, that one's the one that we're dealing with the drones right now. There's a million different theories on that. They're demons, they're aliens from another world. They violate people aboard their spaceships for fun, you know, stuff like that. But let's see here. Let's see here. Oh yeah,
MK Ultra is not a conspiracy theory. That was proven.
Yeah, I mean, you know that one's interesting to be on the list because I think they did come out and actually state that they did that. But let's see here. Oh my God, Certain Dev, come on. Oh my Lord. That was terrible. But let's see here. Climate change, that one's one that everyone knows about. That one's a big one. But let's see. Flat Earth, that one's one that drives me crazy because the Flat Earth Society says that every other planet in the solar system is a globe except for the Earth and it's just flat. And I'm like, that doesn't even make any damn sense. But let's see. Let's see here. Wait, what is this? Wait a minute, hold up. Oh, wait a minute, hang on. This is the Philadelphia experiment. Whatever. Anyways.
That's that Montauk project when I was telling you about on Montauk, off of New York.
Let's see. Psychological warfare techniques and exotic research, including time travel. Yeah, I think that one's kind of outlandish, man, because, like, time travel, if we had that, we would be using it daily at this point, you know?
I think they're saying they like might have researched it or something. You know, they researched a lot of crazy stuff like the CIA did during MK Ultra. They did like mind control and all kinds of wild stuff.
Maybe. But let's see here. And the theory promoted by the Venezuelan state-run TV station Vive was that the 2010 Haiti earthquake was caused by a secret U.S. earthquake weapon. Another one of those great conspiracy theories, because if we had an earthquake weapon, why wouldn't we just be using that against the Russians right now? We don't have one. That's kind of stupid. But let's see. Then there's false history. This one's a great one. Some theories claim that the dates of historical events have been deliberately disoriented or distorted. These include the phantom time hypothesis of the German conspiracy theorist Heribert Illig, who in 1991 published an allegation that 297 years have been added to the calendar to establish figures such as Pope Sylvester II, like Sylvester Stallone, in order to position themselves at the millennium. I don't really understand what
Sylvester the Stallone?
Pope Sylvester Stallone II. He was a great pope, you know.
Yeah, no, you said Sylvester the Stallone, like talking about the horse.
Yeah, it's because it was a pope, so I was like, you know what? It's a pope from the medieval era, so I was like, you know what? It'd be funny to call him Sylvester the Stallone. But this one's actually stupid because there's been a lot of calendar changes over the years, and some days have actually been added where there's just literally nothing that existed because they were just added in post for the large part in the 1700s. But beyond that, 297 years was just not randomly added to the calendar. Anyone who's not a idiot who actually reads history will see that stuff has been happening quite literally every year in history, and there's not just 297 years of fake history or made up history because everything follows the continuum properly in history. But anyways, moving on from that, there are a million different conspiracy theories.
Hell, smartphones listening in on private conversations, that's not a conspiracy theory. If you allow permission for it, they can actually listen in for advertising purposes, if I can speak.
Well, yeah, but there's probably an extended part where it's like the government's always listening, although they would probably have to put you on a watch list and then tap into your phone for that reason and also get a warrant for that. Well, it'd all be done quietly, but still, they're not just going to do that to anyone and everyone all day, every day for the large part, you know, unless if they just wanted to and wanted to break the law, but then that wouldn't be admissible in court for the large part. But anyways, with that, I hope that addresses some of the conspiracy theories, because I get where you're coming from with that about not wanting to talk about the drones, because a lot of that comes out of the woodwork, and I personally don't like any of it either, because it's like, this stuff is just ridiculous, and I just find it annoying when people believe it. Like, my mindset, folks, is that we're all grown adults, and I feel like grown adults should have enough deductive reasoning to understand whether something's a conspiracy theory or not, or whether something sounds outlandish or not. And generally, I feel like a lot of adults should know. Like, let me explain to y'all what our lives are like, right? Like, you know, this is my life as well as y'all's. You eat, sleep, and you shit. You get to work and you go home. Life is a very mundane kind of a thing for the large part, and it's pretty mundane across the board for everyone, because everyone eats, sleeps, and shits every single day, and they also work a job. That's just what everyone does, and some jobs are more interesting than others, but at the end of the day, it's the same for everyone. So coming up with these outlandish things, that there's some immaterium or the Illuminati or something like that, it's ridiculous, because life is so boring and mundane that this kind of outlandish, fanciful stuff must just be the machinations of a bored person who's wanting to have more intrigue and curiosity in their life, because they cannot accept that normal life is just simply that boring. Like, that's what I think, because to me, life is a fairly mundane and pretty normal thing. You know, like the titles in the news are always crazy. The news is actually a crazy thing, but at the end of the day, it largely comes up with some fairly mundane outcomes for generally everything. The war in Ukraine will end in a negotiated settlement of some sort eventually, and that's what it is. And while it was crazy and wild throughout the course of it, and the war was truly an adventure, for some for better, some for worse, it still will end up just being a fairly mundane thing and just another page in history. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and also in honor of Wubba, I'm actually going to repost something here for you. So take a look at this video. This is a new video that came out alleging to show some drone over DC, in fact, over the Capitol, it looks like. So let's take a look and see what you think about this one.
Oh, I saw this. I actually saw this. Yeah, I saw this and then I didn't post it. Yeah. Yeah. Holy smokes, Matthew, is this guy looking from the Washington, D.C. Union Station? Is that the West Wing, the West Hall right there, Matthew, with like the glass? That is so cool, Matthew. This guy's at Washington Union Station. He's a foamer. But anyways, here's the clip.
I'm telling you that they're not moving. They're staying stationary.
Hold up, wait a minute. Do you see how this one's further back and higher up than the other? I'd wager, especially considering where those are at. Allow me, Matthew, allow me to say. That would make sense. They're flying into runway 33 at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. Those are probably just aircraft.
Staying stationary.
I mean, from a distance, they might look like they're staying stationary, but if you watch them, I'm pretty sure they're probably moving.
They kind of look wide too.
Look at the lights changing.
It is moving.
No, it's not.
The woman said it's moving, and the man's like, no, it's not. No, it's not.
It looks like it.
Yeah, but they're not moving. That's an airplane. Hang on.
Which one? The one closest to the Capitol building?
Hang on, let me zoom out a little bit. Yeah, that's an airplane.
But the one in the middle.
Well, that just looks like a white dot like any other.
I mean, it kind of does have a point, though. I'm not sure if maybe it's just the perspective of how far away it is, but the airplane one is clearly moving. Like, you can see it moving very fast, but the other one's really, like, moving barely at all.
Well, yeah, man, because that one's probably flying, like, northbound, and these are flying almost towards the cameraman landing at the airport. I mean, like, the airplanes are almost pretty much flying right at him off to the side by a couple of miles. This one's flying perpendicular to him, so, you know, there's, like, some object permanence here. You know, one's moving perpendicular to him, so clearly it's going to look like it's moving. The others are flying into the runway pretty much straight at him, because if you look at it, like, here, I'll show. Let me go. Here we go.
I mean, wouldn't they be at a much lower altitude, though? I mean, that other one was pretty high.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, they're probably on final approach miles away, because it looks like they're over here somewhere. And then, let's see here. So then the runway is about, let's see here, right here. So there we go. So the aircraft are flying in like this. So, and then this guy's filming here. And then he's seeing another plane that's flying apparently east to west out here in the distance. And that's the one that looks like it's moving quicker. Because to me, this just looks like aircraft lined up for final approach at Reagan International Airport.
Or over here. That's an airplane. Okay.
Yeah, over there is, but look at that one.
And I'm saying, like, when you look to the left of the Capitol, those are not moving.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. They're here.
Can we go back in the car?
But look, there's like a line of
that woman is wanting to get out there so bad. She's like, I'm so tired of this. But also, though, like, show me on the map which part is the back part of the Capitol, because these look like they're almost directly behind the Capitol.
Well, they're probably miles away, you know, like it's, but the back of the Capitol's right here. Here's the Supreme Court in the Library of Congress.
Well, this wouldn't line up though, because if the back of the Capitol is that the front of the back right here on this part where your mouse is at?
This is the back. This is the front.
Okay, so they're filming from the front of the Capitol, right?
No, they're filming from the back. They're filming from right here on the parking lot at Washington, D.C. Union Station, and they're filming directly behind the Capitol. As you can see, if we go back to the beginning here, that they're on the parking lot at Washington, D.C. Union Station. They're looking back, and we can see right here when he zooms in. Damn, you really can't see it, but the Library of... Yeah, you actually can. It looks like the Library of Congress dome is somewhere right over here to the back left. So they're looking straight back behind the Capitol and towards these most likely aircraft landing at the international airport.
And let's see the map one more time. I'm just trying to get an idea of exactly where this is. I'm having a hard time figuring it out. So let's see here. So they're filming there.
I wish I could mark this, but here's their vantage point on the top of the parking deck. And then out here in the distance, somewhere near Oxon Hill and Friendly, this is where the aircraft are, and they're landing most likely at runway 33.
Okay, well, yeah, they appear to be lined up maybe for a final approach, but, you know, I'm not going to really say anything because you really can't tell much from this one video. You literally have to stare at the thing for like 10 minutes straight to figure out if it's actually moving or not. But it does appear to be pretty damn bright. But I mean, rather than that, there's really nothing conclusive.
You know what? Let me see if I can get a time lapse of an airport at night, and let's see if we can look at that. Time lapse of airport at night. Let's see. So here we go. So this is a time lapse. I'm going to show this on stream. I'm going to give a shout out though to the Mega Spotter, who was the one who filmed this, just so that we give credit to the fellow who made this thing. But this is Frankfurt International Airport getting towards nighttime. So here's a time lapse right here to show you what it will look like from a distance. Notice how this one is hovering. Oh my God, it's hovering. It's an alien. But what it is actually an aircraft that was coming in on final approach. And while it looks generally, and this is sped up by the way, times 100. So if you're just sitting there normally, it looks like it's not moving because it's almost coming right at you.
Is there a video of like pitch black? Like, can you fast forward a little bit and see when it turns really dark?
Let's see here. Right here.
Okay, so they're pretty bright. So, I mean, it could be. But although by the time it gets super bright, like the width that we saw in that other video, they're almost like right up on the runway at that point.
Well, I mean, like they could be way out there, man. I mean, because you got to remember, man, there's a airspace perimeter that you cannot enter at Washington D.C. So they could be lining these things up way out because they have less airspace to work with directly to the east of Reagan International Airport, and so that's why they're doing it that way. I mean, that could be the reason. Another thing that. Go ahead.
Also, Jay Bagwell brought up something that's actually pretty interesting. He said it looks like they're looking into Arlington skyscrapers. Maybe that's I'm speculating here on my own. Maybe it's a light on top of the building. So go back and take a look real quick.
I'm telling you that.
No, that couldn't be it because that's looking south towards Joint Base Andrews nearly because from their vantage point here, we're seeing that they're looking at the parking lot and then pretty much straight parallel to the back of the Capitol building. So to measure that out here, let's see here. Let me go here. Because this is the spot. This looks to be the exact spot. Well, no. Actually, this would be the exact spot. Probably right here in front of the guy's car, wherever that was. So he's looking directly parallel. So this would be his line of sight with the camera directly behind the Capitol building. So he's looking pretty much, actually, crazily enough, he's pretty much looking due south, straight to Oxon Hill.
Interesting. I'll be honest with you. Like, let's see that video one more time that the guy filmed. Obviously, the wife is skeptic. That she's clearly not buying it.
I mean, like they're kind of like flashing a little bit. I'm sure that's a strobe light.
They're hovering.
They kind of look wide too.
Look at the lights changing.
I mean, I'm not gonna say like completely like the guy's being crazy. I see some people like going in on it. Now, I'll be honest with you, like I'm a little skeptical myself, but there is something that seems a little bit strange. But I don't think you can say it's a drone necessarily because it is lined up for final approach around the same area. But the light is extremely bright. Like that's a very, very wide light for a landing light.
But I mean, like it kind of looks like this. Like if we had this slow down to its normal speed, I would promise you, man, this would almost look like these aircraft are hovering. Because this is, remember, this is times 100 speed. If I found a way to slow this thing down, it would look like these things are not moving. You know what? Actually, I do have a way to slow this thing down a lot. I don't know if it would even be viewable at that point. But if you were to look at this, man, from afar, it would just look like these were hovering over the airport. Let me go see if I can actually get a normal video. Let's see. Airport at night. Let me go see if I can just type that in and see if we can get a normal video of an airport at night. So let's see here. Is this one? That would work? I don't know. Doesn't appear that we have any video of an aircraft actually taking off or landing there. Let's see here. 1 second. I'm trying to see if I can find us a good video of aircraft taking off and landing, because usually people don't film it. And I guess since people are looking into the night sky, probably for one of the few times they ever have, they're seeing aircraft maybe landing, and now they're misidentifying them as drones because they want to get in on the craze, maybe. Let's see. Airport runway at night. Let me see if I can get that instead. Jeez, no one takes videos of this stuff at all. Like, no one takes videos of aircraft landing at night over time to just take a look at it because it's boring looking. But let me see if I can just type that in. Airplanes landing at night. Let me see. Images. Let's take a look at these. Because I'm promising you, man, these are aircraft landing at Reagan. They just line up, like, pretty much like it would seem to make sense to me. So let's take a look. Let's see. You know what? I think, let me think. Atlanta International Airport. I think they actually have a picture like that on Wikipedia's Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport page. Let me see if they do.
And what's the name of the airport it's hovering near, by the way?
It would look like it's landing towards the Reagan International Airport, which has a runway facing in that direction.
I'm trying to see if there's like an issue maybe with like their landing or something like that, or maybe they're having an interruption in like service or something due to drones. I'm trying to investigate.
You know what? Let me just go pull up Flight Radar 24. You know, that might give us an answer. So here we go. And let's go take a look. Because I'm going to get down to the bottom of this, because I'm generally one who likes to be very pragmatic about this sort of a deal. And so when you see right here, an aircraft, American Airlines Flight 1360, that is landing not at runway 33, it's actually landing at another runway in Washington, D.C. at this time of night. There aren't really a lot of flights in this area at this point. It appears that there's also a helicopter. This is actually a medevac helicopter operating somewhere out of Washington, D.C. But beyond that, this is the only aircraft coming in at this point. And crazily enough, landing on this runway that it's landing on right now at Reagan International Airport, to a camera person looking at them from a distance at Union Station, it would look like they're stationary because it's literally coming right at them the whole time.
Now, something interesting here. I did a search here for interruption at the Reagan Airport, and according to, it looks like the AI overview from Google, it says as of December 14th, 2024, there is a flow-constrained area, an FCA, that was declared, causing flight delays of about 34 minutes and also rerouting flights. I'm not real sure what an FCA is. I've never really heard of that. I was trying to do some quick research here to find out what that meant, and it looks like maybe they're telling people to avoid a certain area. So I'm not sure if that's maybe connected by some way.
Flow constrained area is a defined region of airspace. And let me see if I can get the actual defined region of airspace, flight filters, and time interval used to identify flights subject to a constraint. So it appears that the area was just subject to some form of a constraint for a little while. But let's say that this video was published 4 hours ago. Right now it's 11:48 local time, so this was right around 8 o'clock. So let's get a playback here. And let's go on December 14th. We want to do December 14th. Actually, it would be December 14th. And we want to translate this an hour in the future. So 4 hours ago would have been around 8 o'clock. So then it would be 9 o'clock their time. So let's put that right here at 9 o'clock. Start the playback. So what do we have here?
That's all the planes there were around Washington at that point?
So let's see. I'm not really sure yet, because it looks like it has started playing at 9, and it's playing pretty quickly. We can see some of the smaller commercial aviation flying around. I'm doubting, for some reason, I'm doubting that that's the little amount of aviation there, but we can see an aircraft that is coming into Washington at this point from Chesapeake Bay. Let's see here. What else will we have? So let's back it up just a little bit further, a little bit towards 8. Let's go with this. So there is more air traffic at this point around the Washington, D.C. area.
I know that's odd though, because there appeared to be 3 different or 4 different lights from large aircraft in the video that guy was taking, and there doesn't appear to be that many commercial flights coming in or out of Washington.
Yeah, that's interesting. Let's see. Let's move it forward a little bit more. Let's take a little bit more of a look-see.
It's oddly quiet. You'd expect it to be more busy than that.
I'm not going to lie, there's not really a lot of aircraft flying in the United States at all, to be entirely honest, in this area. Like, none. Like, well, compared to what I was thinking. Because I was thinking it would be like Atlanta, Jackson International Airport down here. But it's not even really showing any air... You know, man, I'm not going to lie. You and me have been at Atlanta International Airport before, and the planes are literally taking off and landing nonstop all night. Like, there's not even a break in between them. It's like 2 minutes in between each landing, and this flight radar is not showing that. Maybe because it's later at night. Maybe they just have less flights scheduled to take off and land at this time. Maybe. But yeah, that is a little bit weird how little aircraft are actually being shown. And there's only 2 aircraft down here on the tarmac that are being shown as well. So, let's see. Let's see here. So we're back at 9:02 at this point. It's playing through. I'd be dipped. Let's see here. Speeds times.
Also,
20.
let's see. Everyone's saying you're on UTC time and not Eastern time. You might be at the wrong time.
You know what? That's a good point. Are we on UTC time? Because I was thinking we were on Eastern time. So let's check. I do not know what
UTC.
It is UTC.
Yeah, that one right there that you're looking at UTC.
So can you calculate for me, Matthew, what 4 hours ago would have been in UTC time for Eastern Standard Time?
Let's see. What is 12 p.m. EST. CST2. And what time do you need?
We need around 8 p.m. EST.
Let's see. 8 p.m. EST. So that would have been 7 p.m.
UTC?
Let me transfer that to UTC. That would have been 1 a.m. UTC.
All right, so let's go to that. Start the playback from here. Oh, here we go. Yep, see, that's exactly what I was talking about right there. Look at that. I'm not even kidding, dude. They're literally coming in exactly where I said they were, like, based off of where they were on the video. Man, I gotta tell you, I think I called this one right. So let's rewind it just a little bit more. Let's assume that he published it after he came home. So look at this. There's the plane flying perpendicular right there. Watch. It's flying perpendicular to the camera. So he's like, look, it's moving. It's moving. It's right where it was. It was right past the Capitol Dome from where he was filming. You can see the aircraft coming in right here. Way off in the distance.
On it.
Huh?
Check the altitude on it real quick.
Can we even see the altitude on these? Let's see here. The altitude was 750 feet. And then the ones further back, like this one back here. Let me see if I can get this one. This one was at a estimated altitude of 5,700 feet. This one was at an estimated altitude of 8,175 feet. But let's time lapse a little bit more forward to get towards the time we actually were at, because we're about 15 minutes before.
So the Capitol building is 288 feet tall. So based on the video there, did it appear that plane or that light was about 3 or 4 times the height of that?
No, because they're probably dozens of miles away when that's being filmed.
And they're staying stationary.
But I mean, like, look at the sequence of lights here, because he gets all 3 of them in frame. This one's low, so it's coming in for an approach. The other 2 are coming in, getting ready to get on their glide slope for their approach. So it looks exactly like aircraft going into Reagan. And when you look at it even more, what's crazy, man, is that the flight radar right here is literally showing them coming in to where he would see them from that view at Washington Union Station coming in for final approaches. Like that's exactly where they were. Like that, like I said, it looks like they're over Oxon Hill. This plane right here is at Oxon Hill. Every single plane that's coming in on approach is passing by Oxon Hill. And then there's one right here, as you can see, that was going perpendicular right there. And I believe there will be another one here in a little bit that will also go perpendicular that gives the appearance of movement. Look, that one's moving. That one's a plane. But these aren't. And that's because he's watching them pretty much from his vantage point, almost coming straight at him.
Maybe so. I mean, I'm not totally convinced myself. I mean, it looks like it's probably a plane, but I'm not totally convinced because it did look like it was staying pretty much stationary, even though it was flying toward the camera. It didn't even appear to be moving sideways, up, down, or anything. It was just staying perfectly still. Although the guy only did look at it for like, I think 30 seconds to a minute. You'd had to literally stare at it for a little while longer to figure that out, and he didn't film it for that long, so
Are there
I don't
live
know.
cams? Are there live cams at Union Station? Live cam, Union Station, Washington, D.C. Let me go check these really quickly. Do we have any cool live cams here that will show us the outside from their perspective? Wait, you know, U.S. Capitol Building. U.S. Capitol Building. Live cams. Hold up. Hold up. Let's see here.
The Volvo holiday sales event.
Come on!
Perfect for
Okay, we're gonna be muting that. Hang on, y'all. We gotta wait for the ad to play. I'm telling y'all, I'm putting money on it. Those were aircraft on final approach. If I'm right, I'll be vindicated. I'll be vindicated for good. So, we gotta wait for this ad to pass. Let's see here. Let's see. Hang on. Editor's pick. What's editor's pick? Do we have to watch another
the Volvo
ad?
holiday
Oh
sales
my
event.
God.
Perfect for
Forget this website. We're going to another one. Let's see here. Senate.gov Capital Cam. Can we get this thing to rewind? That would be nice if we could. So I found it. Here we go. This is the back of the Capitol building, looking more towards Reagan International Airport, which would be somewhere over here. We're not seeing anything in the air right now, but let me see if I can fast forward this thing or rewind it for that matter. It is live.
That's
and
volume control.
Oh, well, I'm goofy, am I? Like, I was like, I'm muting it and then muting it. But let's see here. All right, well, maybe I'm not the smartest.
Forward. Turn up the volume. I need to see the later part of the video.
Let's see. Wait, you know what? You know what? And now that we know this, let me go to this. YouTube. Let's see. Time lapse of Washington, D.C. skyline. There's gotta be one here that allows us to see this. Okay, that one is so fast, it literally is like streaks of light across the screen. I'm trying to see if I can find one that kind of like does the middle ground there. Dang, let's see here. Hang on, y'all, hang on. Dang, no one takes time lapses of the nighttime. This is annoying. Let's see here. Hang on. Oh man. No one films the sky. No one looked up and was like, oh, look at the aircraft coming in final approach. That was so cool. Let's get a video. No one did that? Like, at all? Anywhere? Come on. You gotta be kidding me. Someone had to have filmed that eventually. Oh my lord. You gotta be kidding me. No one takes videos like that? Hold up. Time lapse of Capitol Dome. Capitol Dome. So someone had to have filmed it from the top of that Union Station parking deck, right? Like, someone had to have. Damn, these people did it for too long. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to see it in that one. Dang it, man. I hate this because, like, I'm so close yet so far. And they're just not showing it. Hold up. Dang, you've got to be kidding me. This is annoying. So I found what I'm looking for generally, folks. To explain to y'all what I'm looking for. I'm trying to find the Capitol Dome at night from that angle at Union Stations. That way we can see if there were aircraft coming in on approach at that angle with the lights on and everything like that looking exactly the same. However, no one's taken a video of that. So it's really hard to actually just prove that with video and picture evidence because we don't have any. So I'm trying to figure out if there is any at all. Maybe there's a live cam at Reagan International Airport. Live cam at Reagan International Airport. Maybe there is. Washington, D.C. live cam. We have one. This is Rome. The hell's going on here? Like, that's not... whatever.
Wouldn't it be a lot easier if the government simply gave us information? Because I think the government's causing more hysteria than they're preventing by keeping it secret. If they would simply tell people, that would stop all the pandemonium about mistaking jets for drones and things like that. And it would allow people to simply move along with their life instead of getting caught up with this. So, you know, some people are genuinely concerned. Like, I know some people are out there trying to basically farm this for engagement, like trying to post these fake videos to try to get attention. But some people are like legitimately like scared, I guess you could say, of what the things are. So it seems like they would simply just come out and say it since it's now caught so much public attention.
Okay, I've got the final answer I can give to this. So this guy is right here at the black car when he was filming that video, okay? So if an airplane is coming in on its approach right here, all right, this is going to be the final answer to this question. It's right over Fort Washington, okay? So we're going to take it from there. So if he's filming it from that perspective, and we want to put that right there, his camera would be lined up to where it'd be looking pretty much right parallel with the Capitol, watching the plane land. And from his perspective, the plane's pretty much damn near coming straight onto him. So it will look like it's not moving when it is moving. And that is how it is, man, because watch. There are loads of them lined up right here. Except for this one. This one is hovering now. But that is Southwestern Airlines Flight 1873.
I always knew it's not good to fly Southwest.
Like they were a UFO for a minute, but then they was capping. But beyond that, as you can see here, watch, more aircraft will be coming in for approach. We see them slowing down. We can see them getting ready for their final approach right here. And they're coming in the same spot right over Fort Washington. So this guy didn't film a UFO. He filmed commercial airliners landing at the international airport, and because everyone right now is looking for lights in the sky, any planes that have lights on at all, even when they're landing, are going to be called a UFO.
And also, you know, the drones would show up on flight radar too. I don't see any drones on the flight radar.
Yeah, I'm not seeing them either. And flight radar is like 100% based. They would know if they're there. But yeah, that was aircraft landing. Honestly, it was probably just that rash of aircraft I showed you a second ago that I paused right here. It was probably those. Because he published it around that time of day.
Interesting. Maybe the guy just saw that lagging Southwest flight. It lagged for like a brief second, and then it like picked back up. He could have seen that.
Yeah, and so the guy's filming planes landing, and his wife is back there like, they're moving. No, they're not. Shut up. They're moving. They're not moving. They're hovering. Like he's like, I swear to God, they're not moving. So I don't know, Mandy. We might want to unpost that one because I think we've debunked that one. That is just aircraft landing at Reagan International. But,
all right, Champagne Josh, your video's gonna have to go away. Bye bye.
Hey, also, how many followers? Dang, 152,000 followers, and he published this. Oh, come on.
Scroll back over the guy's name real quick. Scroll back over it. Let's see. Okay, I've never heard of those magazines. I was wondering, it's like, does he work for legit like news org? But apparently not.
Man, I'm telling you what. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next. We finally got down to the bottom of it, folks. The video was of commercial aircraft. Matthew, would you agree?
I would say, yeah, based on the little line you just did there, the line of sight versus the final approach pattern, I would say it probably is an aircraft, like 90% certainty. But I'll leave the 10% open just in case one day they say, oh, look, that was a drone. I'll leave the 10% open. It was a pretty bright landing light, but it was probably an airplane.
And so with that, I hope we addressed that well, and we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here goes to GunFox61, who puts in a $20 donation, and thank you very much, GunFox, for that support. He actually put in 2 of them here, while the enforcer sounded like a dying bear or something over there. But this one goes to GunFox. He put in 2 $20 super chats, and thank you very much, GunFox, for that support. He said, in 1962, Mariner 2 makes first U.S. flyby of another planet, Venus, and U.S. performs nuclear test in Nevada test site. 1955, the Tappan Zee Bridge in New York opens to traffic. 1971, the U.S. performs nuclear tests at Nevada test site South Pole, year 1911. And then in 12/9/2006, the STS-116 was a space shuttle mission to the International Space Station. And then 12/14, Apollo 17 marked the last lunar mission for NASA in 1972. The South Pole was also discovered by a Norwegian named Roald Amundsen And question from the chat.
Thank you so much for sharing so many interesting days in history, Gunfox61, and thank you for sharing all that interesting stuff. And I gotta say, nuclear tests are always something fun. And actually, Las Vegas got its first tourism because of the nuclear test, because people would flock to the young city at that time. It was just brand new. To be able to take a look at the nuclear bombs blowing up in the distance, it truly was romantic for everyone involved. But with that, I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that addresses said well. Also, if y'all ever wonder, where was the Welcome to Las Vegas sign? It's right near the service road to the international airport right here. Very nice indeed. Take a look at that. There's the sign. That's it. It's like literally nowhere now. It's like just in the middle of everything else. But hey, you know what? You know what it means. What is this? Oh, it's a memorial to those who got shot down there. But let's see. Let's see, what else? Okay, this person's trying to hold the sign. I'm not at all convinced. I'd say this is a very unconvincing attempt at holding the sign. Also, is that a pyramid for a Bass Pro Shops? Holy moly! I forgot what the name of that hotel actually is, but it's a pretty damn terrible one. But anyways, with that, I hope that addresses that the best I can, and thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. But yes, a very interesting kind of thing with the nuclear tests in Nevada. And so with that, thank you once again for supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running, and also, of course, making sure to keep this channel running with your support, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would not be able to make this thing possible. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and moving on from Gunfox's Day in History, which is always very interesting to hear, we're moving on to our next one, which goes to Bearcat, who puts in a $20 donation, and huge shout out to Bearcat for that support, and also huge shout out to Jose Diaz, who also put in the 20, and of course, Bearcat and Jose, we appreciate that support very much, and it's that kind of support that helps keep the channel running, and we appreciate it. So, Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it was not from folks like you, we would not be able to make this channel possible and keep it running. And I gotta thank the lot of you, because while you didn't throw in comments, the support's a great deal and helps us to keep this channel running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than Digifix, who makes a return once again and puts in a $20 donation. And it's good to see you once again, Digifix, and thank you very much for the kind support. He said, Corgi Christmas fun.
Hey, and Corgi Christmas fun indeed. Mr. Corgi's actually getting a little chunky these days. He's starting to gain a little weight these days. And he's starting to look less guppy-ish these days. But I still thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible to have a Corgi Christmas. And so, thank you greatly once again. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to John Garner, who puts in a 20. And it's good to see you once again, John. And also, congratulations to you for getting on your feet once again, because I did see what you were saying in the live chat there, and I'm seriously glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear you're doing better. And John says, hello, my LSA chat, and you really make my night.
And hello to you, and thank you for the support, and thank you so much for saying that the chat makes your night. And I hope we make your night just a little bit too, but still, it's great to hear. I'm not exactly sure what was going on. I didn't really see the chat a lot tonight, but I do thank you so much for supporting the channel and helping it to keep on running. And also, I gotta say, it's good to hear that you're on the up and up. I'm not really sure the exact details, but still great to hear. And so with that, thank you once again for the support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to none other than Santiago Flores, who puts in a 20. And of course, Santiago is a longtime channel legend, just like John Garner, and we appreciate it, Santiago, for that support. He said, hello for the coffee fund, and pick a question from the chat, LSA.
And hello, and thank you for the support, Santiago Flores, and supporting the coffee fund. Heavens. And I gotta thank you so much once again for supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, how would we be here right now, enjoying talking to all of you all about possible UFOs, aliens, and the extremely bizarre, esoteric even. But still, thank you once again. I hope that is addressed the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next super chat here goes to Nalo, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Nalo, for that support. And I was trying to frantically go back and see here. I was trying to see something. That is your first ever super chat. I thought it was, but I didn't want to get it mixed up. But thank you very much, Nalo, for that $20 support and choosing to support the channel. They said, tell us about the M88 and the MLRS.
The M88. The M88 recovery vehicle, if that's what you're talking about. Heavens. It is a beautiful recovery vehicle, built on top of an M60. These things are absolutely incredible beasts. They're still in U.S. service to this day, interestingly enough. They actually are used to recover some Abrams here and there. But I actually love to see this thing. It's such a cool little vehicle. It's just so neat, so incredible, so demure, so brat. But that's really all I know about it. It's a recovery vehicle with a nice tow crane on it, and it's built on the chassis of a Patton. Now, if you were wanting to talk about the MLRS, such as the HIMARS, well, then let me show you. And interestingly enough, there's someone else that shares a HIMARS in their name. I don't know who the hell they are. But anyways, moving on from that, here's the HIMARS. Also, let me make sure that I didn't get it wrong. You were talking about an M88 missile. Wait, this was the proof of concept?
That was the proof of concept?
This was the proof of concept. Dude, this thing looks ancient. It was built on like an M35 or something like that. That looks horrendous. And they just attached the cell of the HIMARS onto it and then went, yep, it works. And then they went and built a whole vehicle around it.
You know what's crazy, though, is this right here, even the super primitive, like, first version of the HIMARS is still, like, 10 times more advanced than, like, jury-rig stuff you see coming out of Iran.
Yeah.
That's what's crazy.
Yeah, you know what's even crazier, dude? Is that you have this old-ass M35 right here, and then you got this brand-new, super high-tech modular cell holding the rockets on it. And they just meshed them together and then went, yep, it works. And then they went and built the HIMARS. It's like, okay. It's like, I didn't know that was how that worked. But then this is what the HIMARS evolved into. That's what it actually looks like now. But
they really made long strides. I like the way the cab turned out. Also, obviously, they armored it. That's different than the original. So that was nice.
That was nice, and they also made sure that you weren't blasted when it was being used. But let's see here. Not seeing anything called the M88. Yeah, so I think you were talking about the recovery vehicle. So I hope that talks about the HIMARS and the M88 fairly well, because they're pretty cool systems. And also, here's that ultra high-tech missile cell that I was talking about a little while ago that they had on top of an M35 truck in this picture. That is bizarre. Also, it's bizarre to think that this picture is from 1991, because the black and white picture makes it look like it's from the 50s, honestly. But anyways, with that, thank you once again for support. I hope that has addressed it well, and thank you for your first super chat to the channel ever and helping us to keep this thing running. And also someone said, that's not an M35, and is it not? Is it not? I swear it's an M35. Come on, guys. Don't tell me I'm wrong. I gotta be right at least once. And let me see here. Looks like one to me. I mean, it looks like one to me. I would assume that it is, because that was the cargo truck we had in service at the time in the 90s. Here it is. That's the M35. You remove that canvas on the top, what do you get? You get an ancient-ass looking truck. That's what you get. Let me see if I can get some pictures of M35 cargo trucks. And any minute now, we'll get the one with just the windshield. Just the windshield. There we go. Boom. Now let's go look at that thing again. Looks like one to me.
Looks like they cut the top of the cab off or something.
Let's see here. Let me... let's see. The Gulf War gave new impetus towards fielding a lightweight MLRS when the M270 proved too costly to airlift assets to deploy in theater, and launchers did not arrive with the initial wave of U.S. troops. In April 1991, the HIMARS concept was tested at White Sands Missile Range using a modified Honest John launcher. And the Honest John launcher was based on top of... What was it based on top of, guys? It was based on top of... Let's see here. Hang on, guys. We're trying to find out the answer here. All right, that looks very much like an M35, and we want an answer to this. Also, this looks cool as hell. I'm not going to lie. This looks
it's called the Brontosaurus. I like that.
Man, that must have been for like the Flintstones or something like that, honestly. But let's see here. Production and deployment. Okay. So they're not telling us what kind of a vehicle this was mounted on top of. I really love that. Love to see it. Love to see it. But if it's an M35, we are going to have to have you apologize, because I don't like it when people come in here and call me a liar, and I'm not a liar. I'm just kidding. But let's see. I need to find the vehicle here. You gotta be kidding me. They say it's a truck-mounted thing. It's like, could you just tell us the truck? Like, it looks like an M35 to me. And it sure as hell looks like it. I mean, like, there's no other way. It looks like an M35. We will find the answer to this. If we have to stay here till 1 in the morning, we will find the answer. That's scaring Matthew right there. He's like, I do not want to be on here till 1 in the morning. Neither do I, but we will find the answer. Let's see. The Honest John launcher vehicle. Weaponsystems.net. They got to have an answer. I'm not accepting cookies. Get the hell away from me. Oh my lord, you've got to be kidding me. Are they not gonna just explain what the vehicle was that carried this thing around? I feel like it's so obviously an M35, no one wants to even explain it is an M35 because it's an M35. Let's see here. Launch truck.
Also, they called it the Honest John, apparently, because the general who's in charge of developing it heard a Texan man say, around these parts, I'm called Honest John. When he questioned him about the claim, which he felt was fitting for the rocket, he said, let's call the rocket Honest John.
Really? Is that...
Yeah, that's actually the story. For real, I'm not lying.
That is a crazy way to name something. Let's see. Rock. Hang on, y'all. You know what? Wait a minute. I think it's an M35. Hold up. Now we're getting the answers here. Now we're getting answers here. Now we need to know. Hold up. Hold up. Oh. Wait, what was it again? What was this thing again? M386. I'm not seeing it on this list. But there is an M387 launcher, which is based off the M35. So I'm not sure at this point whether it is or it isn't. But it looks as though it is an M35. It's some sort of a variant of an M35. So with that, I think we got to the closest that we can to the answer there. At least best I can. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one. But thank you once again for pointing that out. And looks like we got the closest we can to an answer. It is, I think, an M35, although we're still not exactly sure. Anyways, we're on to the next one.
All right, and with that, also good night to Eric Horner, LSAs, by the way. I was going to type it, but sadly, I started yapping. And when I start yapping, it's hard to type and yap. That's usually when I start stuttering and falling all over my words. But anyways, we are now moving on to our next super chat, which goes to Digifix, who puts in a $20 donation once again. And huge shout out to you, Digifix, for that very generous support. He said, happy holidays to y'all. And happy holidays to you, Digifix. It is coming around to Christmas, believe it or not, but it really does not feel like Christmas this year at all, weirdly enough. At least to me. But Enforcer, what say you?
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. It's not really feeling like Christmas this year. Am I kidding? We're working up till the day. But I do have to thank you all once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running. And it is time for Christmas. And so with that, I thank you so much once again for support. I hope the Desert Rest stayed incredibly well. I think it doesn't feel like Christmas for us because due to a whole bunch of things that have happened, we really aren't able to even we didn't even have time to think about Christmas this year. So we kind of aren't having one, kind of, sort of, not really. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to none other than Leora Abigail, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Leora, for always supporting the channel and being a longtime channel legend. And Leora says, LMFAO, you know something, what the conspiracy is? It's Hot Dog Man flying the drones because he wants to be popular because his YouTube channel subscribers are failing. LMAO. You know what gets me, folks, like especially Leora, is when we hear like viewers roasting the Hot Dog Man and coming up with the super chats roasting the Hot Dog Man. That really just like gets me so good because I'm like, that is wild. Like at this point, the Hot Dog Man's created so much hate for himself that people are coming around bashing him in the live chat. So, Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta say, it is funny. It is a great, wonderful thing. I just think it's a fun stuff. It's just fun. And also, let's see. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I had to go because I heard. Oh look. Let's see. Man, look at that. Oh, look, he commented about us on Twitter, man. Hot Dog Man finally mentioned us for once with our full legal names. Oh, man. Jeez.
Oh, man.
Well, I guess we'll have to send the process server by his apartment now that he doesn't even have furniture in. Oh, boo-hoo.
Oh, no. You know something I heard today? I heard he was back to like trying to like go and stalk us down again or something like that. He was apparently rummaging through and found my reviews on my Google account. Apparently, I've left a couple of reviews on a few places around town and things like that. And he apparently was going through and like either posting screenshots or someone was posting screenshots of my reviews in his Discord server over there. So they really ran across a treasure trove with that. They found some reviews of businesses, buddy.
Oh my goodness. Oh my Lord, Matthew, they found out something deep. We like and dislike businesses. Oh my God. Oh my, it's over, Matthew. We got to pack it up and go to Paraguay now. We are busted, man. Like they know we like Papa John's. Oh my God, it's over.
No. Now he knows I have beef with the Apple Store. Oh my God.
Chat, we're cooked. Like you didn't put that on blast on Twitter as well. You know, it's like, oh, we really found something. It's like, I don't even.
Well, I'll stand by anything, man. It's like I posted a review for people to literally see it. It's like it's not a secret. It's like, oh my God, they found some top secret stuff now. That's like the conspiracy theory nuts.
That's the two brain cells of Hot Dog Man working. They post a rating on Google so that way people can see it. Oh my God, guys, I totally exposed something they didn't want to be seen that was listed in the public for literally anyone to see. Oh my God, I have cracked the code. Like that is so stupid, man. That he isn't even breathing out of his mouth. I think he's too stupid to even breathe at this point. Like that's just beyond stupid. That's crazy stupid. Like I don't even know how to explain that one. But anyways, I hope and Sooty said, oh no, not the reviews. Well, you guys had a good run. I know, right? Like we've had a good run, and I guess it's time to pack it up and go home because, you know, while Hot Dog Man's channel may be dying, we may have left good and bad reviews on different companies depending on how much we like them or not. So I guess that's it, folks. We have preferences, and we also don't like mistreatment by shitty employees at companies when you're just trying to take care of stuff. It's over for us, y'all. We're done for. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well, and I thank you so much for support, and I thank you for roasting the Hot Dog Man, because it sounds like, oh man, he's not taking advantage of the Ukrainian refugees. The Ukrainian refugees are taking advantage of him. Oh man, and that's a good one, but we'll save that for another time. Oh man. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so moving on here to our next one. This one, and also to answer a question real quick, I got to answer this one because someone asked about my Mac, and y'all know how I am about my Mac. Frank Lee said, any more Mac issues, or did you switch to Windows, Matt? No, I did not switch to Windows, but I did get a little bit of a RAM upgrade to make sure I've got enough RAM for the future. So I'm plenty good on that. But the Enforcer is actually going to be fixing his system on his end, and we have a fix coming in the next, I think, few days or something like that. So we will be switching out his end. He's staying with Windows, by the way. He's not switching to Apple. And honestly, at this point, I don't blame him for switching to Apple for various reasons. But no, I'm not switching away for right now, at least. But anyways, we are moving on to our next one here, which goes to Danny B, a longtime channel legend who puts in a $20 donation. Huge shout out to Danny for that support. He said, good evening, Enforcers. Chef Danny here. And how many North Korean soldiers are in Ukraine?
We assume that there's around 12,000 right now based off of the last number. That may have increased since then, but it's around 12,000 at the moment. And also, thank you for being here tonight, Chef Danny, and thank you for the support and asking a good question. I hope that answered that. And so with that, thank you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Jojo Beans 64, who puts in a 10, along with John Garner, who puts in a 10 as well. And huge shout to you, John and Jojo, for that support. Sadly, no comments addressed with this one, but we appreciate it very much. And we also have a $10 super chat from Jack Ragnarsson, who said, why has virtually no one come out and condemned Israel attacking Syria? And a decent amount of those weapons could have gone to Ukraine, and I was for them going into Gaza and Lebanon, but this is some serious BS.
And I thank you for the support. That's a little bit more emotional than I put it, but that's really the same sentiment, honestly. It's really doesn't make a lot of sense. It's not that I cared about the weapons going to Ukraine. Honestly, Ukraine has owed none of Syria's weapons. They just got done with their own bloody 12-year-long civil war. It honestly makes the Ukraine war, in terms of casualties, look like a cakewalk, honestly, with how many people died in Syria. So it's like those Syrians were supposed to inherit that equipment, regardless of who was there. And if they ended up being bad people, sure, bomb them to hell and back if you want to, and then destroy all of that military equipment that you were seeing. Because if the Israelis could do it now, nothing would have stopped them from doing that in the future when they were clearly irredeemable evil people. But for a good moment there, it looked like they were going to go Western. And so it was looking fairly good, and then that just happened. So I would say I'm not a big fan of it at all. I've supported the Israelis in their operations in Gaza and Lebanon because it makes sense and is within American and Western interests. But as far as Syria goes, it makes no sense, and I do believe that we should be telling the Israelis to back off, because that's honestly not really something that falls within Western interests to do, at least at the moment. Maybe later it will, but not for now. And so with that, thank you once again for supporting and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here goes to, and also before we get on to the next one, I was debating whether or not we should address this right now, but real quick, I'm seeing so many people mention this, I do want to address it. Apparently, the CEO of some drone company out there that's based in the United States put forward a theory that maybe these drones running around are operated by the United States, and maybe they are autonomously controlled, and they could be sniffing out maybe some type of lost nuclear material or something like that. That's currently a theory I see going around, and also I see people in the live chat repeating it as well. So once again, we don't know if we can disprove that or not. That's just another theory like all of them at this point. Maybe it could be. That might explain why they're running around certain areas of the country and they're being not spotted in certain other areas of the country. So maybe that's possible as well. But Enforcer, what do you think?
I would say probably not. If the technology was possible to put on a drone, why would we have giant aircraft that their whole job, and the reason why they're giant aircraft is because the equipment is insanely heavy and requires an entire aircraft to be able to carry it around. If we could put it on drones, wouldn't we have retired those aircraft a good while ago? Considering we wouldn't need them, we could just send out drones to do it instead.
Yeah, I mean, maybe so. I mean, I guess if you're trying to do I don't really know how it works. If you're trying to do nuclear sniffing and look for lost nuclear material or something like that, you might have to put several different people down in a certain area if you didn't have the drones in multiple different spots to maybe find it. But I don't know how sensitive those devices are.
I don't really know either. So I would say it's plausible, but for some reason I feel like it's a bit unlikely considering that we have nuke sniffer planes that pretty much do the same job. And they exist because the technology isn't small enough to be equipped onto a drone, at least from what I know.
Maybe so, maybe so. But honestly though, here's my thing, folks. I don't know if people are going nuts or what the case is, because when you have people coming out and saying stuff, like for example, the New Jersey congressmen and women, also you have state governors making statements, and also former governors making statements, and also posting videos showing something in the sky, and also you have these things and theories coming out from CEOs of drone companies claiming that there is something going on, but they're really not sure. I just don't know what's truth and fiction at this point. It's hard to decipher who's telling the truth on what, because there's so many crazy statements running around, and they'll come from somewhat credible people, so you're not really sure what to think. So I don't know. It's anything's possible at this point. Maybe we'll be shocked in a month, but who knows? We may never find out. But anyways, Enforcer, would you like to add anything else in, or move on to the next one?
I would have to say we actually do have more info on the UFO spotted over Washington D.C. and oh my god, they were spotted at 9:30 p.m. from the top level of the parking garage. More UFOs. My god, these are aircraft coming in for final approach, and now this is being published everywhere as UFOs. I'm telling you, folks, there's a lot of misinformation going on out there. Not deliberate. I'll explain why. A lot of people like to be the center of attention. You see, that really is a big driving motive for people. They want to finally be recognized because mommy and daddy didn't recognize them enough growing up. And so they take a video because they go, oh my god, I'm going to go viral. And it's not because they're going to go viral lying. They actually think these are drones. They're looking for something because they're like, oh my god, I can't believe it. I'm a part of the movie. I'm a part of the plot. And so they film it, and then they freak out, oh my god, it's moving. And then the wife's like, no, it's not. Shut up, it is. And then they put it online, and then people start running crazy with it. We've figured out here on the channel, y'all watched us go through the whole thing on the flight radar at the exact time that this was filmed, because we went and deduced all of that. These are aircraft coming into approach at Reagan International Airport. No doubt about it, that's what they are. But when you sit there and you have people publishing this around, people are not going to do the research, the geolocating that we did here on this channel, and now there are 119,000 people who viewed it, 982 likes, 271 reposts, and let's look at the comments really quickly. Let me take this off screen, though, and I'll just read them to y'all, because we never really know how this will go. So let's see here. Let's see. Oh yeah. I drove by the same location yesterday. Here is a closer video of the stationary lights. You can see the middle light get bigger and a light on the right appear out of nowhere. And so they're pretty much saying, I drove by the Reagan International Airport and I also saw planes landing at night. Whack, right? And the U.S. military is doing absolutely nothing about it. At a minimum, they would declare a no-fly zone and enforce it, literally on commercial airliners landing at the airport. I wasn't there, so I can really tell. So I can't really tell you by a low-quality video due to the darkness. But be careful. If an airplane is coming at you straight for a while, it will appear stationary. Let's see. Airplanes on landing approach to the airport. I swear it's like most of you have not ever looked up before. Airbus A320neo and the 737-800 can tell from a few miles away. This is Ronald Reagan Airport, which is next to D.C. This is for sure the USA, and they are looking for bombs. They're just hanging out in the defensive position. We obviously have alien technology, although it's just commercial airliners landing at an airport. Someone put oops and then cool sunglasses. Why do all these look different? If they were same aliens, wouldn't they be similar in design? Let's see here. Baffles me, people think aliens would use blinking lights or even lights of any kind. Wow, just after the fall of Assad, we have this going on. Something isn't right. Staged, still no Air Force. Restricted airspace DC tells you everything you need to know. All of this talk about nuclear weapons war has flushed them out. Guardians of planet Earth, not about to allow a nuclear war. These are the kind of, like, you have rational people and then insane people in the comment section of this video. People also understanding that it is just aircraft landing at an airport. And then you have other people who are saying that the guardians of the earth have shot out of the oceans to protect the world from a nuclear war. Like, you have, like, literally everything in between. But when you...
Well, I've got some info for you. I've got some different info here about the bomb sniffing theory, that maybe these drones are being deployed by the U.S. government domestically to search out some nuclear material that might have been lost or stolen, or maybe transported in over the southern border, perhaps. And check the Discord DMs real quick. J-Back will send over a link showing a little bit of the science behind those UAVs and also generally how they work. And also I sent you a picture of one of the prototypes.
Got you. So here we go. This is from Design World, which has like a Star Trek-like font, and it almost looks like Disney World. But nevertheless, oh, we're really getting late into the night, by the way, Matthew. Let's see here. These are beamed up to the relay drone. So this thing pretty much uses a form of radio wave to pick up radioactivity. So this was in 2016.
And it looks like they require several drones to triangulate the source of the contamination or whatever material they're looking for. And also it looks like maybe there's a ground-based Humvee that's also communicating with maybe a mother drone. Is that a mother drone I'm seeing up there at the top? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yes, it looks like some sort of a relay drone.
Okay, so that's interesting. You know, some people have been reporting and also been posting videos of, or at least alleging, that there was one big drone that several smaller drones might have detached from and started moving away from the large drone. I don't know if these drones are connecting with the relay drone or not, but at least there is another drone involved in it, at least according to this article.
Yeah, it does look like it. I mean, honestly, that might be an answer. So this might be the answer, and this is why they don't want the public to know. They were transporting nuclear material in a vehicle. The vehicle had a leak or some sort of an opening in the side of the vehicle that allowed for radioactive dust to escape the vehicle. And now they were trying to figure out the extent of the radioactive contamination, considering that no one knew about this the entire time the vehicle was in transit. That might be an answer, a very mundane one, but still not exactly great for public health, and a lot of people would be freaked out if they heard that. So that might be an explanation. Maybe it's just one of many that are here at the moment. So we will be waiting to see if that's true. But a big shout out to Jay Bagwell for finding that and looking at it, because it's at least a plausible theory at the moment. Also, really quickly, I want to pull this up, Matthew. Someone said, pull up the parallax error, and I will. Let's see. The parallax error is a human error that occurs when a person's eye is not properly aligned with the scale or gauge, resulting in an inaccurate reading. So that's interesting. So I guess you're saying that that's what the what's going on with the drones is that people are having a bit of a parallax error with them. So thank you for sharing that. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Eason, who puts in a $100 donation. And thank you very much, Eason, for that massive support. That's the second largest one of the night. Huge and very generous support. And thank you very much, Eason, for that support. He said, always come late and have to watch reruns, but still love you guys and love the up-to-date daily news, even if it is a bit optimistic, which I also like.
And I gotta thank you for the support, Eason, and helping the channel to keep on running. I also gotta thank you so much for enjoying the reruns. And while you get here late, better late than never. That's what we always say. And I gotta thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. We're always optimistic, Eason, because we always try and be as optimistic as possible. That's what we do. That's what we are. But still, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And thank you for the massive support, Eason, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would simply not be able to make this channel possible and keep it running. And so with that, big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Khan, who puts in a 10 and says Israel is taking out delivery systems, and Israel is terrified of the chemical weapons that the Assad regime had stored, and Assad had chemical weapons that could easily kill thousands of people at a time.
Yes, but no. They did that while Assad was still in power and the rebels weren't completely in control of Syria. They had already destroyed all of the chemical weapons by that point. Second, they're not destroying just chemical weapons. We have video and picture evidence from the ground. We have video itself of the Israeli Air Force, published by the Israeli Air Force, blowing up planes. And planes do not have chemical weapons inside them. They're not a chemical weapon piñata. That's just a MiG-23. They obliterated the thing on the runway, and they also sank the Syrian Navy at Latakia. So while I would say, yes, that is partially true, it would be completely incorrect to say that all 300 or 400 airstrikes that the Israelis have conducted at this point were all on chemical weapon storages, because most of them were not. Very few of them were. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. Thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and the next one here goes to Robert McCann, who puts in a 10 and says, I'm a sane, college-educated vet, and I do believe that there are non-human advanced aircraft in our airspace. I do not think this drone incursion is that. Either was government, needs to be more coordinated.
Thank you for the support. Generally, I just don't really believe in aliens. Like I was talking to Matthew about this today. The expanse of space is deep. We're always looking for life. Like, we want to find life. NASA wants to find life. They found something that looked like it may have been bacteria at a point on Mars that has been long since dead, and they tried to publish it everywhere, and no one really cared. We are always looking for life, and if we found life on another planet that was hundreds of light years away through a deep space telescope, everyone in the world would know. They would want everyone to know. We finally found life. It's kind of a big thing for everyone, for the large part. The thing is, though, is that we've never found it. We found planets that look like they may have gotten close to supporting life, but they never got to the actual entire way, or really to the whole point, like Earth did. So with the amount of actual life that could be out there, because I'll say this, as far as aliens interacting with people here on Earth, completely impossible. Life existing in the universe outside of the Earth, entirely possible. In fact, it's probably a given, because the universe is infinitesimally large. So out of this infinitesimal area that spans as far as we can see, we have not even seen the end of the universe yet, there has to be some other life out there somewhere. However, it's probably so far away that they will never find us and we will never find them. It's probably not even in this galaxy. It's probably in another galaxy somewhere, or maybe multiple galaxies away from us. Who knows? But beyond that, I think it's pretty clear given to me that there's probably not any aliens at all that would ever come in contact with Earth. They are probably coming in contact, just like we are, with absolutely nothing out there and are completely unaware of our existence. And another thing that we have to also say as well is that for people to want to travel beyond their planet, there has to be some sort of a clear sign of something out there. That's why everyone always finds it so hard to justify us even going to Mars on planet Earth, because they're like, makes no sense. There's really nothing up there. And of course there is a lot of resources up there which we could actually start to use and help to benefit the planet on the future. But for now, there isn't really a point to go out into space. So we enter this kind of a period where we don't really develop or progress space technology to insane rates. We really focus on technology here on the planet and improving it instead. And that's probably what a lot of other alien civilizations would be doing if they're out there. They see literally nothing. They're probably doing the same thing we're doing and trying to find other signs of life, and they're not finding it because it's just not near them. And so they're going, you know what? What's the point of going out there? There's no point. It's not like there's anything out there. So we're just going to hang out here, and then they just hang out on their own planet, develop technology like we do. And while they'll probably end up expanding on into their solar system, maybe onto other planets to create resource colonies, there is no driving need to go other places to other planets where quite literally nothing exists or there is no life for hundreds and hundreds of light years. So I hope that does address that the best it can, at least in my opinion, because that's something that I kind of do want to throw out there. I don't believe in aliens in the sense that they're just visiting Earth and assaulting people on their spaceships and stuff. That's like ridiculous to me. But like I do believe that just because the universe is so large, there has to be some other kind of life out there, even if it is bacterial. It just has to exist somewhere. But beyond that, I would say that this is certainly not aliens. This is some sort of a mass rash of drones in northeastern America, and hopefully we get down to the bottom of why it's happening and what's going on with it. But still, I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Khan once again, who puts in another 10. And Khan says the 1998 $20 bill foretold the attack on that very unfortunate day of 9/11. And with the pointed end facing down, look for the twin towers rising from the point and burning, united in American under plane strikes.
And I thank you for the support. That's one of those conspiracy theories I just got to say I don't really subscribe to. What was the dollar bill we're supposed to be looking for again, Matthew?
It's the 20. Actually, he is correct, though. Like, if you do fold the bill a certain way, it does appear to show a fire coming out of two towers. I don't think it was intended to be that way. I think it was just by accident. And also, if you get really creative with folding anything, you can make it look like anything. But, it does technically show something like that.
Yeah, man, it's a stretch. If you want to be imaginative.
It's a stretch.
But that's literally, if we look at the back of a $20 bill, where's the back of a $20 bill? Let's see here. Here we go. It's the White House, and it's surrounded by trees in real life. They just engraved the White House as it looks in real life. So if we were to take that as, oh my God, they were sending a secret message that they were going to 9/11, the Twin Towers, that doesn't make any sense. Also, if they were going to do that, why the hell would they leave an obvious clue on every single $20 note in the country to let you know? I'm not going to lie, that's something I'd say it's schizophrenic, because it's literally just the White House. It's not like when you fold this thing, it's a literal one-to-one representation of the Twin Towers with office windows and everything, in its distinct box-like shape, and people jumping from the windows or anything. It's literally just the top railing of the White House roof and then some leaves on the side. And if you fold it in a really interesting way, then it looks like it might be that. And then people go, oh my God, and on the other side, it's the White House. But it's but the White House is already on the bill. If they wanted to make it really obvious, why wouldn't they just have the White House with a tree looking like a column of smoke coming out of the top of it? Or they say this is the Pentagon or something. But that's really trying to really, really read into it too much. That's my opinion on it. And also someone said the Illuminati is supposed to leave clues. That's the thing that makes me laugh so much. It's so this secret society that doesn't want you to know that this is happening is going to leave endless clues that it's happening or it's going to happen. That just doesn't make any sense to me. If I was running a super secret global government and some idiot came up to me and said, hey, can we leave clues for them to find out we're going to 9/11 the Twin Towers? To say, what are you, an idiot? No, you're not going to do that. There should be no indication at all that there's any way that this is something that was constructed or fabricated by us. No, that's ridiculous. That makes no sense, because whenever you look at the government with a scandal, let's just go with Watergate. Nixon tried to cover up that scandal until he had to resign, until everyone turned against him. Okay, so why in the world would the Illuminati have the opposite approach, where they actually want people to uncover little nuggets and clues that they're actually doing stuff? That doesn't make any sense to me at all, because that literally goes against the grain of how anyone doing anything clandestine works. They're always going to hide everything they can about it or cover it up as much as they can. And then with the Illuminati, for some reason, they want to leave people clues to know that they're going to destroy buildings and kill thousands of people and do all kinds of crazy stuff. That just goes against logic at that point. So with that, I hope that does address that well. I thank you for the support, but I just don't subscribe to that sort of a deal at all. But with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here goes to Jenna, last name Tolls, who puts on a 10 and says, I must admit, I'm really tempted to go fly my DJI over my hood at night right now.
That you're going to have people shooting at it. They're going to be like, look, a drone. But anyways, thank you for the support. And thank you once again for helping this channel to keep it running, and have fun with that and stay safe. Make sure to wear bulletproof vests and Kevlar for the rain that's going to be coming down that's made of lead. But still, thank you once again for the support. I hope that does address that fairly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and also, just a PSA, folks, we only need 6 more subscribers to hit 329,000. The last time I announced that, 5 people unsubscribed. Damn. We'll eventually hit 329,000 here eventually, sooner or later. Once a few more people like Patriot Man end up unsubscribing because he gets mad that we're not believing the conspiracy theories. But anyways, we're jumping into our next one, which goes to Danny B, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Danny, for that support once again. The second of the night, he said, I got y'all playing in my living room TV with my roommate, Andy. I think she's hooked now.
Hey, and welcome, Andy, to the LSA, and thank you for the support.
Welcome.
And introducing friends to the Enforcer channel. Hey! There's symbology everywhere. And have y'all ever looked at the LSA Eagle a little bit more? Let me show you. Oh, Canva, my Canva. Come on, Canva, load. Come on, Canva. Canva's been kind of slow lately. I think it may be the computer or Canva. I'm not really sure. Let me refresh the page again. 1 second. Oh, those words, those words. So, Canva. Let us scroll. So, if y'all look at the LSA Eagle here, folks, you know what you see? You see a bird. A big bird with a leaf spring making up the main strut of its wings. You know, symbology is everywhere. Do y'all notice how the tail's feathers look this certain way? You know how it looks like 2 fingers on both sides that are splitting apart, almost like the hand of Spock in the original Star Trek where he said, peace and long lasting? You know, isn't this flag globalist? I think it's globalist, y'all, because I think it's actually looking for the uniting of man under a common government to wipe out civilization. I think that's what this is actually saying deep underneath, because there is symbology everywhere, truly everywhere. Y'all need to be careful. We might be George Soros funded. Oh God! But anyways, I hope that kind of covers that. And we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Hypnotherapy, who puts in a 10. It says, if you had to make your best guess, who do you think America will be forced into an actual military conflict with next, and for what reason?
Probably Iran, due to the ongoing proxy conflict with Israel. That's probably what I'm assuming at this point, to be entirely honest with you, because of how things are sounding right now behind the scenes before the beginning of next year. And so with that, thank you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Hunter, who puts in a 5. And thank you, Hunter. He said, have we heard anything new about the Russian T-14 Armada? And do you think we'll see it in combat anytime soon?
The project was completely canceled about 8 months ago. They were no longer going to be trying to put it into service. It's had loads of technical issues and faults. It's going to live out the rest of its days at the training grounds in Kazan, and then they're going to retire it out of service. So it's largely a training tank at this point that was incredibly expensive to produce in limited numbers. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you once again for support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Bruce Lee, who puts in a 5 and says, what happens when Ukraine metal goes through North Korean dome? No, I don't know if I can say this one, Bruce Lee. I don't know if I can say this one. I was about to do it, then I read it, and I was like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. YouTube might not like it, but they said LSA.
And LSA, and thank you for the support. And well, I'm long for the joke, but still thank you once again. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Keymaster, who puts in a 5 and says, keep up the great coverage, Enforcers, and keep them corgis warm this winter, and take one from the chat.
And thank you so much for the support. We will keep those corgis warm. And thank you for wishing us a good holiday and a great Christmas. And thank you once again. And Matthew, what do we got for a live chat?
So the live chat question is going to go to Strobex, who said, do you think they had some coffee made from snow before this charge?
Coffee made of snow. I would say, I would say that in my opinion, yes, I think they are. I think they probably did because, you know, it's that time of the year in Russia. And so with that, thank you once again. And we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Nightmare Before Christmas. It puts in a 5, and I feel like I've had a few of those. But they said, I saw a post that there is radiation-seeking drones, and they are looking for a dirty bomb, a nasty bomb. And it makes sense why the government don't want to talk about them. Any truth?
I don't know, because there's no statements being made by the government about the drones, really. The federal government's saying that they're of no risk or concern, don't worry about them. So we wouldn't know if that's true or not. That might be a theory. We kind of talked about it a little bit earlier. It's a running theory, but we can't say if that's true or cap at this point. So with that, I hope that does address that fairly well. And we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Hoodoo, Texas, who puts in a 5. It says, Grover's Mill, New Jersey, Martian attack, 1938. What did the Martians hate about New Jersey? Oh, wait, everybody hates New Jersey.
Isn't that whole War on the Worlds thing that happened on the radio? War of the Worlds, 1930.
You know who really hates New Jersey?
Who?
Jimmy Hoffa.
Jimmy Hoffa does hate New Jersey. He does hate New Jersey. But here it is. This is the radio drama. And also, this is Orson Welles right here, who was the original writer of, well, actually, I don't believe Orson Welles was the original writer of War of the Worlds, but he said he didn't mean to cause panic when the radio broadcast came out, because this radio broadcast was so convincing at the time, it literally led people to go crazy. The episode is infamous for inciting a panic by convincing some members of the listening audience that a Martian invasion was taking place, though the scale of panic is disputed, as the program had relatively few listeners. But nevertheless,
they call them small time.
Man, they said the ratings weren't good enough, therefore cap. It's like, whoa. It's like, whoa, shots fired. Shots fired. But beyond that, this is something that's talked about still to this day. That might be a part of what's actually going on up there. Kind of like that guy in Washington who was like, look, drones. And it was literally just planes landing at the airport. So with that, I think you want to give us support. Hope that is addressed incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And up next, we have one from Simon Condon, who puts in the 5 and says, thanks for the spot-on news, boys, LSA, and take one from the chat.
And thank you so much for the support. Thank you for enjoying the news. And we will make sure to take one from the chat. And what do we got, Matthew?
And this one goes to Uncle Sam's misguided child, who says, what's your guys' thoughts on a full mobilization by NATO and what the paper bear may do?
A full mobilization by NATO would only happen if we were attacked. In that case, the United States would probably obliterate the Russians before the mobilization was even able to go all the way through, to be entirely honest. But as far as what we could do, we could start to rapidly industrialize not industrialize. We could rapidly change our industry to war industry and probably be able to win out against them largely due to technological superiority. That's usually what wins in war, is technological superiority. So I would say we would probably end up besting the Russians in that kind of a fight. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. Thank you once again for support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Plazoth, who puts in a 3, along with Marc-Andre Burnett, who puts in a 2. And thank you very much to Plazoth and Mark for once again supporting the channel very generously, and we appreciate that very much. And also, while we're at it, huge shout out to CW, who put in the 2, and put in the American flag and the Ukraine flag, signifying unity. And I like that. Thank you very much, CW. And also, we have our last one here, which goes to Jenna, last name Tolls, once again, who put in the 2. Said, Jenna T here, and how about a username that's dangerous to search on Google, but PG last second. And sadly, Jenna last name told us I couldn't even read your username off. It is horrendously bad, and that we would get banned for it. But thank you very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I thank you for the support. I'll have to err on the side of caution with Matthew on that one, but still, thank you once again for support. And with that, it's time for us to move on into the live chats. We are going to be addressing the Morse code decoders and 3 live chats due to time constraints, and then hopping on off air. And so with that, what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so we got our Morse code decoders tonight. It was Cliff Simonson, Mark Hodges, Earl Bernew, Kevin J, Paul Schultz, David Millsaps, Royal Fluffiness, and Arabelle Garbo. They said, Morse for tonight from the LSA Signal Corps. North Korea has some of the worst battle tactics ever confirmed. Asked to leave Russia. LLT, LSA.
And that's the sound of money. Y'all got that done on the nail. Congratulations, y'all won all the money. A big jackpot. But beyond that,
damn.
I didn't get that right. I'm just trying to figure out something to do, Matthew, because I'm trying to make them know I'm proud of them for doing that. But nevertheless, their battle tactics were so terrible, they've been asked to leave Russia. And that's just a joke, by the way. They actually haven't been asked to leave Russia. But still, I hope that does address that well. Thank you all for deciphering that Morse code message. And with that, we're on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to, let's see here. I thought I saw it, but let me see here. Let's see. Where was it? Where'd it go? I had a good question. Hold on, folks. Hold on a minute. So let's see here. So I'm seeing one here from Melinda Grifford Vaughn, who says, "What information or opinion do you have about the latest general changes in Ukraine?"
It's a stagnant front for pretty much the entirety of it. It appears that the Ukrainians and the Russians are trying to slug it out in the skies. The Russians are not doing that great. The Ukrainians are doing slightly better. So right now, it's pretty much, best way to describe it, kind of a stalemate at the moment. That's kind of the general situation. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. And we're on to the second to last question of the night.
All right, so our second to last one goes to Deutsch, who says, if these drones that are in New Jersey confirmed from a foreign nation, would that be a declaration of war through border crossing?
Technically, yes. Although, really at that point, you kind of have to tell them to leave. And then if they don't leave, you shoot them down, and then that's when the war starts. But technically, yes, you could insinuate that that would be a declaration of war or the beginning of a war because of that. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person through in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is going to be Cachulian343, who says, "Hey guys, I have a question. What are we going to replace our Bradleys with when they're finally retired?"
We are going to replace them with something new, something grand, something bold. I don't know when we're actually going to retire them, but let's see. Replacement for the Bradley. Army confident, latest Bradley replacement won't stall. What is it called? What is it called? Wait, the XM30. Hold up. Let's take a look at this little Betsy here. Let's take a look at this. Paste. Huh. So it's not even really off the ground yet. The best thing they have is to show this new suspension system that they're testing on a Bradley for the new vehicle that they're planning on creating.
That's sick.
That actually does look pretty cool.
Yeah, that suspension on there looks like it could get pretty much over everything. I bet you that thing's like driving a Toyota Land Cruiser. You know the way it like bobs and weaves like front and backwards because the suspension is real soft and like made to go over like a hard terrain. That, honestly, I'm trying to figure out what the thing is. DARPA was testing something that used suspension like that. I can't remember what it was. It was like an ATV or something. It looks like they've integrated that into the new Bradley.
Yeah, it kind of does. Let's see. Bless me. Sorry.
Oh, bless you.
Let's see. So this is a picture of almost a Puma-like vehicle right there with a Puma turret. So there's a load of pictures of this thing that are completely different. So who knows what this thing would look like in its final form. This is one of them. It literally is a Puma turret on top of some sort of a weird chassis. No one really knows what the thing's going to look like because I'm guessing that it's in the very early iterations of its development phases or conception phases even. So we don't even really know what this thing will look like. Oh, that's cool. That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, I like that. They've added what? Let's see here. Yeah, it looks like the turret on it looks vaguely similar to like that Leopard.
You know what it looks like? It looks like a CV9030's turret, which, let's see. Like, no, not like this. Like this, on this one right here.
Yeah, it kind of does look similar.
Yeah, it kind of does. There's no clear picture of the thing yet, so I don't think the Bradley's going to be replaced in service anytime soon, because it looks like quite literally everyone's tried to come up with a concept of what it will look like, and no one's really close. But we do know that the U.S. Army will be getting a light tank again here very soon in the form of the M10 Booker, which is a really cool little vehicle, and I can't wait to see it again, because it's the first time that the Army will have a light tank since the retirement of the Sheridan, the M551 Sheridan, in 1991. Right at the end of the right at the end of the Gulf War. So it'll be really cool to see these things back in service and really filling the light tank role, because it'll be fleshing out the Army's abilities on the ground again, and that's always an important thing. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well, and we have reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to thank each and every single one of you for watching tonight. 76,000 people have watched this stream, and by tomorrow morning when I wake up, it will be about 100,000 views on this stream. Won't that be crazy, folks? I mean, we'll have gotten more views on this one stream than Hot Dog Man gets in a month. Shame, but nevertheless. But still.
Also, guess what? We have one more super chat here to address. This one goes to Ryan H, who puts in a 5 and says, if Israel were to destroy Iran's nuclear sites, would that push Iran into a full-scale war?
technically they kind of already are. This is just what it looks like. Neither side really has the ability to easily keep a high-intensity day-to-day war going because they physically do not touch each other's borders on the ground. So a physical ground conflict is impossible in between the two. So technically, Iran and Israel are at war with each other because the Iranians did fire missiles at the Israelis and did end up striking them. So technically, that is the beginning of war. And the Iranians do say that they are at war with Israel. So largely, they are at war right now. They are 100% at war, without doubt, without question. So yes, if the Israelis hit the Iranian nuclear sites, it's just kind of a continuation of the war they're technically already in at this point, really. And so with that, thank you once again for support, Ryan H, and I hope that does answer that incredibly well. And now it is time for us to end tonight's stream. I got to thank you all so much once again for watching. If you all have enjoyed, please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe button. We will see you all tomorrow for the Sunday night fundraiser at 10 p.m. Eastern time. Good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukraini, and long live the Lee Spring Army. The Lee Spring Army will never truly die.
All right, folks, it's now time to round out the stream for the night, and thank you all once again for another great stream tonight. It was another slightly contentious stream as we brought up the drone situation once again, and that brings out some very, very interesting comments in the live chat. But nonetheless, it was a good stream, and thank you all once again, and we'll see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern for the next Nightly War News stream, and also midday as well, probably for a short war video if there's enough news to cover. And of course, it will be Sunday, and typically there's usually some big news coming out on every single Sunday, so we'll probably have something. But with that, Slava Ukraine, Heroem Slava, get some rest and good night.
Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.